Whoa.
There.
Well, hello, everyone. We're testing sound. Hold that thought. Well, hello, everyone. We're testing sound. Hold that thought. Well, hello, everyone. We're testing sound.
Okay. Mute your mic again.
Okay. Hello? Okay. This is me. If there's, oh, thank you, by the way. I just saw someone that said they like my necklace. Thank you. We're testing the sound. It sounds like everything's okay. If there's any kind of issues or anything, you can let us know in the comments. We want everything to go as smoothly as possible. First, I would like to announce that I'm very sorry. There's been a slight scheduling change. Silver Shamrock can't make the 12 o'clock today. They're scheduled for tomorrow. The schedule will be updated by this evening, but obviously, since I'm going to be monitoring everything that's going on now, that I won't be able to update the actual schedule on the website till later this evening. But Silver Shamrock is still going to be on the schedule. They're just probably going to be moved till tomorrow. So what we're going to do for this first hour is I am going to talk with Matt and Katie, and we're going to tell you a little bit about what BuzzBook Expo is and what our intentions are and what we want to do with it. So here's Katie and Matt coming onto the stream. Hi, Katie.
Hi.
And here's Matt.
Hi, guys.
Okay, so basically the idea that we had was that we've talked in the past about horror not always having a great reputation. I mean, for a long time, horror literature even was kind of relegated to either some back alley of science fiction or fantasy, or was really considered a step above porn, if even that. And there's some beautifully written horror literature in all the subgenres of horror. And it occurred to me, I think, especially maybe because of COVID, how we're all kind of, we're all at home and we're all, I guess, doing more thinking because what else do we really have to do? That if there were ways that we could improve the overall outlook about horror, the commercial viability of horror, the overall readership of horror, because there are many people who read horror and they just don't know it. They don't think of it as horror, But what we would like to do, I think, is really sort of reach out to the people who do appreciate horror, the horror booksellers, the horror reviewers, the horror podcasters, the horror readers, and everybody, the librarians who appreciate horror, everybody who is really invested in and believes in the quality and usefulness of the genre. And we thought one way to do this was that we could set up an event, kind of like what they do at Book Expo America. They did this year at because of COVID, they had to do everything online. And one of the things they did was they gave their publishers that were invited a chance to talk about their books and what their upcoming releases were. And Buzz Book Expo is still, that and the Frankfurt Book Fair are still the two biggest international book events for writers and readers, librarians, booksellers, agents, to get together and really, spread information about upcoming literature in various genres, commercial fiction. And we thought, why not do that for horror? And I've been very lucky to have a great team who's done a lot of really awesome stuff for me. Matt and Katie have been absolutely instrumental in getting this to work. So thank you very much. Dave Thomas has been great. Richard Gerlach, Pat McDonough, my whole committee has just been, keeping me sane and keeping the ideas flowing and having everything work smoothly and actually bringing to life this idea, this sort of this idea that, like, I just want everybody to like horror and realize that we're doing a good job out there in the world by writing horror fiction. And I don't know, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what publishers are going to have. We have some really cool stuff lined up. We have interviews. We have Q&As. We have presentations. We've got the coolest commercials, really. I mean, we really got really awesome commercials. Yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting day. And so what do you guys think? You guys tell me what you think about this whole Buzz Book Expo idea.
I'm really excited for it. I really love the idea once you were it was like in the works for it. And that's why I jumped in right away, because I mean, the whole point of, my podcast is to, make me read your book podcast. Shouts out. But horror did not get what it, the highlights that it did when I was younger. And it took marrying a horror writer to learn about this genre and what it all entails. And there's just so much to read and learn about that I was not even aware. And I met all these great people. Like, there's something like this that can bring more light to the genre and all these amazing writers. Like, this is such a great thing.
Well, thank you. What do you think, Matt?
I'm going to say I just saw Stephen Kozanuski's comment down there, and we're not going to reply to that because he is playing devil's advocate right now.
This is
our first Q&A, and he's
our first Q&A. Who has been more valuable, Dave or Matt? I couldn't. It would be like picking between my children. I couldn't even answer such a question.
Yeah. So there, Steve. I think this is a really good idea. When you first brought this up to me, I thought it was a fantastic idea, just because, like you mentioned before, back in the day, the horror genre kind of seemed like the porn industry. Like, you wanted to get good books. It was like somebody had to usher you behind that curtain, you know, and it's just like, here's the good stuff. Put it in a brown bag before you leave. Nobody can see what you're reading. Like that's how it was for the longest time. And, on shelves more publicly, there was literally like 5 or 6 big names that you were always, that was allowed to be seen.
Oh yeah.
And a lot of these, I don't want to say smaller publishers, because they're not, but they're not I guess you'd say the top 5, like the big 5 as everybody calls them. Like, it's hard for them to also get seen as well, just as much as it's hard for the books to get seen. So conventions like this are, I would say, like, very important. And
Yeah.
I'm glad that we're doing this. I really am.
I mean, it's always been, for me, it's always been an important thing. I can remember I used to be on the board for the HWA, and I used to be pushing for, at the very least, a scholarship, because I always felt that a couple of things I think would raise the visibility of horror in a positive way. If events that we did had media coverage, for example, if there was a stronger connection to libraries and schools and things like that, where basically the visuals of it is that they're promoting literature. You know, if they're promoting horror as well, then I think it's recognizing the fact that horror is literature, just like any other genre, and that it is contributing something important to society, you know. And also, like I said, with the scholarship, I also believe that, you know, there's a misconception, I think, that horror is not a thinking person's genre, and that's not the case. Horror is such a versatile genre that I think so much so that not only is it a case where a lot of books get unrecognized as horror, they're either marketed as dark fantasy or thrillers or science fiction or something else, you know, but also that I don't think people realize how much, even in movies, but I think maybe even more so in books, how much of the things, like the literary devices that make things memorable, make books memorable fiction, are actually incorporated into horror. It's such a versatile thing for talking about so many different types of different themes, different topics. And I think horror also has the sort of unique ability to be able to talk about the things that other genres or, you know, just conversation in polite society doesn't. You know, right. It allows people to process things. It allows them to process traumas vicariously in a safe environment, and it allows for exploration of ideas, you know, socially conscious ideas. It allows for a little bit of rebellion, you know, a little bit of political rebellion, you know, to you know, fight the powers that be that maybe aren't, you know, working in the best interest of everybody else. So I think there's I think there's a value in being able to spread the word about horror books, and I'm so pleased that, you know, that the publishers who are participating today and tomorrow are involved. I think it's really fantastic, and I'm really thrilled to see that so many of you are logged in and watching this. I look forward to seeing the discussions that are generated, and I'm really excited. I'm really excited about today, and I want to thank everybody who's involved today and tomorrow, and you know, I really appreciate that you guys are seeing this vision that I am of horror being better, you know, and being treated better than it has been maybe in the past.
Yeah, I agree.
What do you guys think is the most effective way to spread the word about a book that you like? Do you think it's word of mouth? Do you think it's still, you know, being hand sold in stores? You think it's podcasts? What do you guys think is the best way to disseminate information about new releases?
I'd say having them in a giant sack and smacking people across the face with them. What was that? It's my book.
I mean, I guess other than maybe mostly social media, but I find out about a lot from authors like at the conventions, because then you get to, like, you know, physically pick up the book and look, because you don't get that availability in person in a lot of places. Like, I know, like, we have one bookstore
yeah.
So, and they have literally 6 sections of horror, and 3.5 of them are Stephen King, and then I think one is Patterson and the other one's Joe Hill. Like, it's not literally like one section of like everybody else. So, yeah, it's a nice way. And then like you get to actually talk to authors and get to know a little bit more. But outside of that, really, it is kind of word of mouth through like social media and stuff. I feel like there's a lot of really good groups on Facebook and stuff that I'm part of where people are always asking for recommendations. And it's nice when you get some little blurbs about it and kind of find out a little bit more about some books that way. And then also authors are really great about sharing other authors' works.
Yes,
I see that actually more probably than anything. So it's nice to see the support because it just makes you want to support the author they're recommending and that author.
That's a good point. I think a lot of times if you like an author and you respect that author's opinion and that author says, because I'll be honest, we'll talk about it like as a movie example. Mm-hmm. I had seen horror writers talking about the movie Host.
We just talked about last night.
Right? and they were saying it was scary. And I think if a horror writer is saying something scary,
yeah,
it's kind of worth seeing because we've seen so many of the tricks of the trade, more or less. It'd be like a magician going to a magic show. Like, we know how you do that. You know, we know what's coming because we've seen that pattern before. So if it's something that scares a horror writer, if they can sit back and be like, oh my God, I screamed at the end, or I had this moment where I just really thought this was creepy. I had to turn all the lights on, then that's a selling point for me. You know?
Yeah, it definitely surprised me. It took me, I mean, I'm not a writer, but I mean, I definitely watch a lot of horror movies because I live with a horror writer. So, you know, our expectations for the most part are usually pretty low with movies nowadays. But we weren't sure, you know, how that one would go. But yeah, we definitely had some jump moments, and let's say one of us that wasn't me screamed, and
we're not going to say his name, but it rhymes with
Mother Hubbard.
He's upstairs watching this right now. So. But yeah, no, when you get those recommendations, especially from even those who write more extreme horror as well, like that, it's really big for them to, you know, do those recommendations for the other writers.
Yeah, I agree. And also, as I'm looking through the comments here, I'm seeing word of mouth is definitely, like, it seems to be the way to do it. It's how a lot of these folks are finding books. Also, and this is something fairly new to like old biddies like me, is this idea of like bookstagramming. I know we have some bookstagrammers out there and other reviewers out there in the audience. Hi. But I think that it is a pretty powerful form of word of mouth. It's like, because especially now with COVID, it's not like people are going out to the bookstore and asking the local bookseller, like, what would you recommend? So they're going to people that are well-read in their genre, and they're seeing things like, like they're seeing like the Bookstagram posts and, reviewer posts in magazines and blogs about books that people like. And they're, I'm seeing a comment here that 90% of the buys come from YouTube, Instagram, and podcasts. I mean, those are all, you're right. That is word of mouth, but it's a different kind of word of mouth than from when I was a little itty bitty writer. and most of it was going to an actual bookstore and having the booksellers and the community liaison people be the main source of what was going on. Like they were the ones that were connected to the writers, but the writers weren't really connected to the readers in such a broad and kind of intimate way, I
just learned how to see the comments.
I was going to say.
Yes, Kozanuski's in there. He's doing what he does best.
What is it really like living with West Southern? I'm sure it is a joy.
Oh my God. I'll have to write a book about it. I don't think you guys could handle it. That's its own horror story.
We're going to just turn this into a West Southern comment.
I know, poor guy.
But Wes is a good example because Wes does write kind of across the board, but he does tend toward more extreme stuff.
Yeah, and like a little bit of everything. Like he'll go extreme and then go more mainstream. I mean, he's like everywhere. Yeah.
And he's also incredibly widely read, which I always found impressive. It's one of the things that I always found impressive about Jesus Gonzalez. He had read everything in the genre, and he knew the history going back to, like, you know, turn of the century and before of all the horror that came before it, and you know, everything that was kind of going on in all the different subgenres. And I tend to take those kind of recommendations too. Like if Wes says something is a good book, I know that he's got the background and the knowledge to have compared it to a bunch of different books. You know, so that's kind of impressive too.
Yeah. Books, definitely. Movies, like maybe don't always go with that one, but.
Well, Wes and I do notice that Wes and I have different tastes in movies sometimes. Sometimes things that I like, he absolutely hates. And that's totally cool because my bar for movies is kind of low. So, but I think because we are competing in this, you know, in this current world now with so many other kinds of media, it is kind of a delight when somebody says, wow, this book was worth foregoing a movie or a video game or even a comic book so that I could read what's happening and I couldn't put it down, or it gave me nightmares, or I read it in one sitting because it was that powerful. Like those are, you know, some, I think, unique selling points.
I know I experienced way more emotions all over the place reading horror than any other type of book. I mean, just when I was younger, like I read like more young adult horror growing up, and like that's what I love. But when that kind of fizzled out for me and I was just kind of reading a little bit of everything, I mean, it was always those type of books where I probably cry more reading horror than I would like any romance or autobiography or something.
And that's why I'm so pleased that so many publishers are going to participate, because I think we have a pretty good spread of different subgenres. But one of the things I've noticed in just kind of, you know, watching how a lot of these publishers have developed in the small press is their absolute passion for and appreciation of the emotion behind horror and how powerful a genre like that it could be in all of its glorious subgenres, you know. I think it's I think maybe should we open it up to any questions? Is there any questions that you guys have about BuzzBook Expo or
any West? No questions about West. No more about
we're open to talk about anything except West.
He's been beaten enough.
He's right.
I actually had a question, and one of my own, and we were mentioning about how the whole purpose of this is promoting books,
right, and
authors and everything. Another good way to do that is with podcasting, and we have somebody here whose podcast does that.
That's true.
And I always wondered. Now, Katie, you had started out fairly recently. I think has it been a full year yet, or
no? Not quite. I just put out episode 32.
Woohoo!
Yeah, so we're getting there.
So one of the things I love about Katie's podcast is that, you know, this is like her personal journey where she's going on to be more well-read in the horror community as well, which I'm sure a lot of people are, you know, even people that have been reading horror for most of their lives still sit around and think, who am I missing?
Right.
Because there's a giant pool to pull from. And I love the idea of her podcast because it's bringing more people to light that other people might not have heard of. And I've always wondered, who's been your favorite so far?
Oh my gosh. That's really
or maybe just what's some of your favorite? We don't want to zero out one person.
So
have you talked to Stephen Kozanowski yet? I'm sure he's going to ask.
I mean, everybody's been really interesting and unique. I'd say one of like the more like when it comes to being interesting to hear was Simon Clark. He was so great to talk to, and he was just so thrilled to see like that there's so many authors that are up and coming now that were influenced by him, and like just hearing some of his stories and journey, that was really great. My episode with Aaron Dries was really fun. My one with Hunter Shea too. Like those two, like, I mean, they know how to have a conversation.
Yes, I agree.
Those are both really fun. Oh my gosh, it's so hard. Like I've had great conversations with like Kenzie Jennings, Kat Scully, like, and Laurel Hightower, like those girls. Like I think like if we actually lived anywhere close, like we'd be going out drinking or something.
Nice.
I mean, I will say every interview has been really great so far.
Yeah, I mean, really, there hasn't been any that like were difficult or anything like that. And they've just all like there's always been something really interesting in each of them. And I'll tell you what, like I'm not like super picky. I mean, not hard to please when it comes to books, but like I've really enjoyed everything I've read. Like I've had some that were like maybe not 100% my style, but like I can find the positive in anything. And so like, but like story wise with everything has been amazing. So, I mean, I just enjoy reading, but it's definitely been a great journey, and I'm so glad because it holds me to like a standard of at least getting one book done a week.
I think that's fantastic. I really do. And I like that, you know, part of the premise is, you know, talking to the writer about, you know, his or her favorite book, you know?
Yeah.
It always surprises me.
Yeah. I just wish I had time to read all their recommendations. My list is so long. Well, let me give you 5.
I am embarrassingly and woefully behind on
I think everybody's
reading.
TBR pile is,
yeah.
yeah.
Even with being, you know, even with being in isolation or whatever, you know, in quarantine for the pandemic, even that hasn't really helped me make much of a dent.
I mean, the whole purpose of this entire con is to make people's TBR piles more bloated.
Exactly. Exactly.
Erica, I'm sorry to put such a dent into your wallet. But, I adore Erica. She's like one of my number ones.
So have you had that one interview yet where you literally were shaking because you were like, I can't believe I'm talking to this person?
I think the most nervous I actually was with Tim Levin.
Okay.
And just because, you know, I know, he's been around for so long and he's done so much. And he was really wanting to promote his new book, which was great. But I was so nervous, like he wasn't going to talk too much to me about other things because he was in the middle of doing like his promo tour with that. But he was really great still. And he like opened up. I got like more comfortable as we went. But he definitely was probably the most nervous.
Yeah. I think Tim Levin is absolutely adorable.
Yeah.
I mean, I have gone on record before as saying that.
Yeah.
I don't know how Tim Levin feels about me saying that, but it's true. He knows it. He knows it. But he is a fantastic writer. He really
I started out, my very first interview was with Jonathan Jans. And so like I was super nervous with that one, but he just made it so easy that I don't think anybody can tell I was super nervous. But I'm usually pretty good at hiding it.
Well, you're a great interviewer. I mean, and I think it's really a case of, because a lot of writers, no matter how long they've been around or how many books they have, there's that little moment, you know, when people ask you about your work and you just have to sort of flash in your head like, why is anyone asking me? I'm not that good. You know? No matter how long they've been doing it. It's like when people ask me, well, what books of yours would you recommend? Yeah. I always have this sort of moment of panic. Like, what if I'm recommending the wrong one to you? Because the ones that I love, you know, may not necessarily be the ones that everybody loves, but
right.
I know with a lot of authors, they put on their or at least attempt to put on their extrovert hat while they're at conventions, but really they're major introverts. So this is kind of my way to try to help you guys out, even in a way, so that you don't have to maybe have one or two less people asking you about your
and we appreciate that, because I mean, I would, you know, anytime a reader wants to get into my stuff, I am all for it. Woo-hoo. I'm sure Matt is too. But
yeah,
there is always that little moment of panic, like, I don't know what to tell you. Read all of it and then tell me what you like the best.
What do you like? Right. They're like, horror. I'm at a horror convention. Like, that's what I like.
Well, I'm definitely hoping that this event comes as close as we can in these times to, you know, allowing, you know, writers and publishers and people to really discuss like the cool stuff that's coming out, you know, in the next year or so.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be taking notes, because then I can just, you know, I mean, I have, I schedule out people to interview and stuff. So it's kind of nice to know what's coming down a little further. If there's somebody where I'm like, oh, I had them on my list, so maybe I should make it a little more of a priority because they have something coming out. So this is a great way to find that out, that stuff too. Absolutely.
And I'm glad to hear that, because that's really kind of what we want to accomplish. We want, you know, all the readers and librarians, booksellers, podcasters, bookstagrammers, the whole nine. I to find cool stuff to help you guys out too. You know, it's sort of, we all, you know, we're all, I guess, promoting each other to make the genre stronger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So any other questions out there? Anything you guys want to talk about? For the next, we still have 20 minutes. So if you have questions about, you know, the event or about, you know, writing stuff in general or publishing stuff or horror in general, please let us know. You know, we're happy. We're happy to answer questions. And then upcoming things, if we want to talk about the upcoming schedule, we have Eraserhead at 1. We have Grindhouse at 2, Crossroads Press at 3, Death's Head Press at 4, and Bad Hound Press at 5. So it's going to be a full day of really cool, interesting stuff that we have going on today.
Absolutely. Yeah.
There was somebody that asked about Bookstagram. They had question mark. So like Bookstagram question mark.
Oh, okay. We could talk about, I mean, and I'm thinking that if there is, you know, obviously if you guys have better information on this, I'm basically going by what I understand it to be, is that there are reviewers and readers who just absolutely love the genre, and they're bringing a visual component to the reviewing of books by talking about books they like. And it's really kind of a neat idea, because they you know, show the cover. Sometimes they do this pretty little presentation with you know, just sort of an atmospheric presentation for the books, and it's really kind of nice. Like I've seen you know, a couple of folks do some of mine, and it's like, oh, I just want to frame this. This is so nice.
I know they do a really good job. I'm like, man, I just want some of these props. Like sometimes I feel like I'm looking past the book and at their props.
Well, I know. I'd love to know where people
make them too pretty,
because it's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, no, but they made some really great photos of.
Oh yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd love to know where a lot of, like, where they get this stuff, because my whole office would look like that. Yeah. So we have a question from Raw Dog Screaming Press. What's the most exciting trend you see in horror today? What do you guys think?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Katie.
No, you go ahead, Matt.
I was going to say, I've been not only just with themes, but also with covers. I've been seeing a lot of like the 80s resurgence.
Yes.
And I've been loving that, because like, and I think it's going to be Grindhouse is putting this out.
Yeah,
and I
Horrorama.
Darren did the cover. What was that, Katie?
The Horrorama one, the cassette tape.
I freaking love that whole thing, because it looks like a cassette tape sleeve, and like there's a tape coming out of it.
Oh, cool.
So like if you hold it the right way, it looks like you're taking a tape out.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm noticing, like, because for a while I kind of felt like covers were all kind of just like looking the same. And same in a sense where, like, if you looked at it, you couldn't really tell it was a horror book.
Right.
You know, unless you read the back page.
Right.
So I'm loving seeing that we're kind of getting back to that, like that really nostalgic look of old 80s covers for horror books
with the cutouts and the bossing and stuff. Oh, I love that.
Because like even that guy right there, his one book.
Speak of the devil, and he appears.
Resisting Madness had that very good like 80s cover design to it, and it looked like a VHS. And how did he get over there? But yeah, I that's what I've been noticing is like 80s is a big resurgence. Some of the minor subgenres are starting to get a little bit more push too.
Yes,
because back in the day, maybe even 5-10 years ago, extreme horror really didn't have much legs in the limelight as it is now, because people are seeing it more as a viable source of horror. Because it's actually starting to scare. Because I think people with the real world, are starting to get a little desensitized to softer horror. So they're just like, well, is there anything where somebody literally talks about like somebody splitting a person's head with an axe and then describes everything inside? It's like, yes, there's a lot of people that do that, and very well.
I think that's a good point. I think it's a good point that because for a while things were so violent in the news that people looked for more of a supernatural thing. But I think that now, because I and maybe it's a trend, I don't know if it's a political thing or a social thing, but I think you're right. I think the trend is shifting more towards maybe accepting and understanding the meaning behind more extreme versions.
Well, and two, there's also been it's been a few years, but like crime podcasts are such a huge thing. So then crime documentaries and like just stuff on serial killers have been so like has blown up again.
Yes.
And I feel like that's why like people are getting a little, like you said, desensitized. And then so now like extreme horror is like, okay, now they're getting more of that gore from it's like the next step up from like reading about all these different serial killers and stuff. So
yeah,
I think for me, I think what I find interesting is the diversity of horror that we're seeing, and we're seeing it a lot because I think we're seeing Netflix is streaming movies from all across the world. Amazon's doing that, Hulu's doing that. I think that horror is one of those genres where, for some reason, rather than the movie trends following book trends, the book trends tend to follow the movie trends. I think there's a disconnect between our literature and our movies that doesn't exist in other genres. But I'm happy to see it. I'm happy to see that there's more of a push to find new ways to talk about, horror tropes, because they're filtered through the lens of, say, another country or another culture or another religious system or whatever the case is. So we're getting, I think, new monsters, and we're getting new kinds of horror, and we're just getting new perspectives, and it's like sort of breathing a little bit of life into into the same. I mean, even found footage movies, which you'd think by now have been so very done to death that nobody would watch them. I'm personally a sucker for found footage movies.
Then one comes along and it proves that completely wrong.
Exactly. Exactly. And if you look at found footage movies from Spain, and compare them to ones from England, and then you compare them to ones from Germany, there is a very different approach. There's a different atmosphere, a different aesthetic that makes it an interesting thing to see. They could almost take the same plot and just redo it through 3 different lenses of culture and have completely different horror stories that are horror stories, maybe even for different reasons. Like the nut of the horror, the nature of the horror is different depending on what culture you're looking at. And I find that fascinating,
Yeah, I do too. I agree. I've also been seeing cosmic horror kind of having a little bit of a bump in the guspa,
This pleases me. Yes.
Western horror is getting a big uptick.
Yes.
That's one. I mean, everybody's going to hear more from with Death's Head Press in that splatter Western series. But yeah, I definitely see a lot of that coming up. And I mean, I think everybody's wanting to do a horror book for them with those beautiful covers. So
no, I agree. I'm not sure. Like, I know some people are great at predicting trends like that. I'm not. I'm just like the trend comes along and I'm like, oh yay, this is fun. This is cool. And I like the idea that it's now, maybe because there's less of a worry about what you have to put on the spine in order to shelve the book the right way, that there's a lot more horror blends than there ever were in the past. You know, and that's okay. It's okay if you can't quite qualify it as a straight up horror novel. Right. Because it's got elements of other genres in it. And I like that. I all of this, I think, basically, it breathes new life into horror. It feeds it in a way that it can become vibrant in a way it never was in the past. Oh, we have another question. What ways would you like horror novels to be adapted outside of film? What other formats?
Oh man, I'm still trying to find my way into graphic novels.
Yes.
I would love to make, even of shorts that I've written in Horrors Untold volumes 1 and 2 so far. I would love to be able to make graphic novel adaptations. It's just, I feel like that's one of the harder ones, even because I feel like I know more people in film personally than I know artists and layout work and everything with comic books.
Ironically, you know? Yes. I know what you mean. Yeah,
that's actually another trend, like, especially with the younger generations, I guess, because they need more visuals with everything being streaming.
I agree,
because I have a few, like, they're pseudo nieces and nephews. They're like my best friend's kids. And the older ones are really into graphic novels. And I'm starting to see them pop up in stores, like Barnes and Nobles is carrying more of them. Target is carrying more of them. Like, just even mainstream places like that, not necessarily in horror, but in all genres. Like, I'm seeing it in everything, and other like that other stuff being interpreted. Like, I mean, all the right now, all the Harry Potter books are being into illustrated. They're not necessarily graphic novels, but they're like illustrated big hardbacks that like take like 2 years. This one guy's doing like putting out every 2 years is a new book, like, just because everybody is wanting those more visuals, I guess, with it. So
and I know that there's been a something of a movement. I'm not sure how widespread it is for librarians to encourage graphic novels, even horror graphic novels, to children. I mean, not little children, I guess, but, you know, to that sort of reading age, you know, middle school maybe, and to high school, because it does bridge a gap for people who are maybe not 100% comfortable with reading, you know, just straight up reading novels. Maybe they find it boring. I think that visual element does make a difference, especially because so much of the media they consume is visual in one way or the other.
Yeah.
And graphic novels, I would agree. I think it's a fun format to do stuff in. I would like to see like multimedia projects. So you write a story, and I think this may be like not in the immediate future, but at some point, it may be the direction writing is going. Is that we're basically storytellers that come up with a story and characters and a plot and a setting, and then it is adapted to multiple things by a company. So there's a book version, a video game version, a graphic novel version, and possibly a TV or movie version. I think we're going to see maybe more of a shift toward media companies as opposed to just publishers who can do a little bit of that, especially at the very least with graphic novels, because, you know, with DC sort of, you know, with DC's layoffs, for anyone not familiar, DC apparently laid off very many of their employees. And Marvel may well be next in doing that. So I think media companies, it would be the time to sort of snatch up other properties. Kazanuski asks who the handsomest horror writer is, and we are going to address that. Who is the handsomest horror writer?
Before we get into that, I actually had another answer of a legitimate nature.
By all means. Let's go.
Let's see these people and who we think is the most handsomest horror writer.
Being who I am and what I love in my life, video games. I would love to see more horror-based video games on books that, you know, because
Yes.
Survival horror and horror video games in general, as of right now, are kind of they went down the crapper like 10 years ago. And there are indie people working that don't get a lot of the limelight when it comes to the games that they have. Yeah. I feel like if we were able to merge these two together, we might be able to create a completely different genre of writers and video game creators working together. I mean, like, how cool would it be to read a book and then put it down and go, now I'm going to actually play through that.
Yes. Yes.
I'm going to
can't really contribute much to the video game. My favorite video game is still Paperboy. So
I mean, that gives you PTSD too, you know. It's
that bulldog chases you. I mean, that's scary.
I've heard about Paperboy.
Somebody should write a horror novel based on the game Paperboy.
You know what? Actually, what I think is cool, and you couldn't do this with the paper format of a book, but I always thought it'd be kind of cool if you had, like, let's say your Kindle version of a story. And every once in a while, there'd be like a word that you could click on, and it would take you to a website that gave you, say, the background of this place. Like, let's say I was writing a fantasy novel, and there was a word in, you know, some I don't know, Elven language or something, and I clicked on the word, and it would take me to a dictionary of, you know, terms in that language. Or I could click on a place name, and it would take me to a website that had a map. You know, and you could do that with horror too, you know.
That reminds me of back in the day when you used to buy like CDs, and they were interactive CD ROMs back then.
Yes, exactly.
So you could pop and like the book would get sold with either a download code or a CD itself that would come with it, and you could pop it in your computer and have like this interactive adventure. That would be really good.
Wouldn't it be cool if you could have interactive books where you could click on, you know, certain words or terms, and it would take you to, you know, interactive elements of this, or even if it was like, and if it was horror, it might even be like, it would take you to a blog where somebody's saying, you know, day 43 and we've been under siege, and it's like, you know, a character's blog post or something. You know,
it would also be nice that you do that stuff too, because some, you know, if you get the right bougie author where they're using words you've never heard of in your life, you like click on that word and it takes you to the definition on Google or something.
Exactly. Exactly. And I like Summer's idea. Summer
had a great idea with the serialized ones.
Yeah.
Yes. I think radio plays, that's an excellent point. I've had like 2 stories made into radio plays, and I love them. I had so much fun listening to them, just listening to the interpretation of my story in a radio play version. I was like, so yeah, I absolutely agree. What Summer said.
And speaking of what Summer said in podcasts, if you all haven't gone to her podcast
yet, definitely.
You need to, I guess, can we swear?
Yeah, I think we can swear.
You need to, that popular term I've been hearing as of late, you need to unfuck that.
Yes. Yes, definitely. Because I like that she's addressing classics and why they're readable books, you know, why were readable, why they are classics, basically, and it was also kind of, you know, telling you it's okay if you don't like it. It just because it's a classic doesn't mean that there's something, you know, fundamentally wrong if you don't like the book. But it's, you know, it's looking at these different books and why they are, you know, why they are what they are.
And mentioning her podcast, that is A Case for the Classics.
Follow her on Twitter for the classics
at @4_classics. FOR, right. Not the letter, not the number. So there you go. That's it. I enjoy her podcast a lot, as well as Katie's.
Yes, absolutely. And it's, like I said, I like seeing that there are women out there that are tackling, you know, our genre and literature in general from an academic standpoint, you know, but both an academic and a fun standpoint, and sort of combining the two and saying this is why we read what we read.
Yeah, you know? It's good seeing more women doing this too, because there's enough meat in this sausage party already. So. And then to go back to that other question that guy, whatever his name was.
Oh, the
Stephen guy.
Stephen K.
I guess I'd have to just throw this in there because I think a lot of people in the comments would probably throw it in. But I guess Jonathan Jans, everybody seems to. He's even got bookmarks made of himself. So, I mean, like, what the hell?
I'm going to go somebody I've mentioned earlier. I'm going to say Aaron Dries. I like a redhead. I'm not his type because I don't have the right parts, but
Aw.
and I'm married, but
Well, yeah, there's that little detail.
there's that little detail, but yeah, I will just crush on Aaron.
Aw. Well, I love Brian Keene. Little hearts. But anyway, moving on.
What you guys don't know is Brian's putting a knife to Mary.
We've all seen you guys sharing your swooning over other cons, okay? You're like, oh, Brian, you look muscular today.
I have to relate a funny story about Brian. Every once in a while, I like to give him sort of like these weird compliments just to see how he'll react. So he's like hanging out at a convention, right? And he's got like his hands behind his head, so his elbows are flapping in the breeze, you know? And I said, you know what? You've got nice elbows. And without missing a beat, he goes, thanks, I work out. And it just struck me as so funny because, like, who works out their elbows? But it made me giggle. Anyway, we are just about at the end of our first hour. Thank you again for hanging in there and coming to. Thanks to Katie and Matt for helping me explain BuzzBook Expo and what we hope to accomplish. And I'm looking forward to getting to the publishers. So in 10 minutes at 1 o'clock, we will have Rose from Eraserhead Press and Deadite, and she's going to tell us about all the cool things that's coming up with them. And so we will see you in 10 minutes. Hi, everybody.
Hold on.
Hello. Can you hear
Hi,
me?
Rose. How are you?
Pretty good. Yeah.
Good. We're so glad that you're here. So, I'm not even going to get in your way. Without further ado, here's Rose, and she's going to tell us what's going on with the Eraserhead Press and Deadite, and yay!
Thanks,
So
Mary.
take it away, Rose. All
right. Hi, everybody. This is Rose O'Keefe. I'm from Eraserhead Press, and I also run an imprint called Deadite Press. I guess I'll start out by telling you a little bit about our company in case you haven't heard of us. Eraserhead Press specializes in publishing bizarro fiction. We've been around since 1999 and are one of the main presses that helped develop the genre of bizarro fiction, which is fiction for people who like weird stuff. And you know, that would be if you're someone who is into underground comics, counterculture stuff, alternative fashion, cult films, experimental music, fan culture, pop media, surreal memes, Adult Swim, you know, that kind of weird stuff is what I'm talking about. Eraserhead Press has the books for you, and that's called Bizarro Fiction. And then we also have an imprint, Deadite Press, that specializes in extreme horror, splatterpunk, and weird horror fiction. So that is the line that publishes Brian Keene and Wrath James White, J.F. Gonzalez, Edward Lee, authors like that. So I run both of those. I'm the editor on both of those. And I wanted to tell you a little bit about, you know, what's coming up. So I thought I would be way more prepared for what I'm doing here today. And then as I got started taking my notes, my mind went all over the fucking place, because here's the truth, you guys. This COVID-19 stuff has been just like giving me a mental block. I have so many exciting projects coming up. I have so many authors that I'm working with. I have so many things that I want to be talking about. And I don't know if you feel this way, but it's like I'm stuck in this. Well, at first it was the chaos of everything happening and the unknowingness. And then once I kind of accepted that, I said, okay, let me just look at what's in my ability to control and make a plan. And then I started, you know, reaching out and communicating with people more, because with all of this social isolation and everything, I mean, even this, me talking to the screen, I feel so weird. So that said, I have some books that came out this year already that you might not have heard about yet. So I want to tell you about those a little bit. And that would be, so Human Fish by Ben DeVos is a book that we published in February. It's on our new Bizarro Author Series line, and that one is a lot of fun. Our new Bizarro Author line features new authors or authors who this is their first Bizarro fiction book. And Ben DeVos is a really cool guy. You might have heard him interviewed on a few podcasts. He's been creating videos to feature his book. It's a new twist on a mermaid narrative. It's a really surreal book, bizarro adventure about drug trafficking, interspecies romance, and the ghosts of our past that come back to haunt us. It's about a man who's half human, half fish, and his kind of path of self-discovery. It's a short novella, a lot of fun. I would totally suggest it to reluctant readers. It's really easy to get into. And so that one's available now. Then we also put out a book called Snuggle Club by Carlton Melk III. Carlton is the most popular author of bizarro fiction. He's the like grandfather of bizarro fiction, the originator person. If you don't know him, you haven't read any bizarro fiction. If you know bizarro fiction, you know who Carlton Melk III is. His latest book is called Snuggle Club. It's a little different for a Carlton book. I'd say that You know, it's a ridiculous cosmic horror story about a widower who is seeking physical affection by attending a snuggle club for the first time. You know, one of those clubs where you can go and just cuddle with strangers. So it's this awkward man who's having a first experience, and it goes way weirder than he expected. So that one's awesome, also available right now. The third book that I want to tell you about that's new, that's already available, is called Hell of Death by Vince Kramer. And this is the third book or so that I've published by Vince Kramer. He's an acquired taste. He's definitely someone whose fiction breaks all sorts of boundaries. He doesn't write a traditional narrative. He breaks the fourth wall. He speaks to you directly as author to reader. It's very sort of meta, and he's got a very oddball sense of humor. So, you know, check his work out. I would say that it's definitely subversive, offensive, but really funny. And his book, Hell of Death, is an adventure about some teenagers that are traveling through the different circles of hell. And then another New Bizarre Author Series book that just came out this year is called The Little Punk Princess. And it's a dystopian punk rock fairy tale by a new author named Sarah Karasek, Karasek. So she's brand new. This is her first book, and I definitely recommend checking that one out. This one is for people who, if you liked books like, well, fuck it, I don't have anything in mind. It's really unique, and I would definitely check it out. It's kind of political. It's kind of fairy tale-ish. It's got a definite feminine voice. It's someone who clearly knows their punk rock music and has a lot of fun with kind of speaking directly to that kind of reader. Then there's an upcoming book we have coming out. What is it? August now. So it's coming out September 1st. Another book by Carlton Mellick III. He is, it's called The Bad Box. And The Bad Box is a YA bizarro sort of, it's an adventure. It is, I just did a whole video about it on my Facebook page and on my Instagram page. So look me up and check that out. The Bad Box, it's about these school kids, and their teacher has these magical boxes. One of them gives you good attributes. If you do well in the class, you get a prize, and you might get powers like shooting rainbows out of your fingertips. And if you do bad on the test, your punishment is that you have to draw something from the bad box, and you get something like lizard tail or slug fingers. And so this is the story of one of these characters that always gets the bad box. So check that one out. I have another new book coming out called Captain Clive's Dream World by John Bassoff. And this is the second book that I'm releasing from John Bassoff. He is the author of Drive Through Crematorium that we released last fall. So if you're already familiar with his work, I think this is like his sixth book. He writes really cool, gritty, bizarro, noir crime stuff. And that's something that I'm getting into releasing this year. So I was actually looking at my releases and trying to think if there were any themes that were emerging. I didn't really do this on purpose, but some that kind of came out to me on Racer Red Press this year. I'm going to be doing several books that are more in the crime realm. And then there's surreal theme parks is another emerging theme, as well as portals to other dimensions. So that's where my imagination is being stimulated, books like that right now. So Captain Clive's Dream World is like that. It's a pretty bizarro crime noir. It's set in a surreal theme park, and it's about this detective that is sent there, and he kind of discovers just how weird it is. And along those lines, another surreal theme park book that I have coming out I think it's going to be out in December, is called Snap, Crackle, Fuck You by Simon Ore. Simon Ore is a super cool author. This is his first book, but he's somebody that has been in the creative field for years. He works for Starburns Media. He works on Rick and Morty and shows like that. He also has a comic book imprint with Starburns, and so he has a really interesting sense of humor. And this book is a theme park that is basically the idea originally for the theme park was that it would be sorry, like I said, I'm just waking up. It's cereal mascots, you know, like the Toucan Sam and the Snap Crackle Pop ones and everything. And the mascots, when you go to work there, like if you were to go to work for Disneyland and you dress up like Cinderella or Mickey Mouse, well, in this theme park, they not only dress up like the cereal mascot characters, but they actually are, they're given plastic surgery to physically transform into those creatures. And it just gets weirder from there. And it's also a mystery crime story. So those two would be for the same reader, the Captain Clive's Dream World and Simon Ore's Snap Crackle Fuck You. But one of them is more serious and gritty, and one of them is more humorous and cartoony. And then another New Bizarre Author Series book that we have coming up is His Dirty Little Portal by Luke Condor. Luke is an author from the UK. He's new, and he's got an amazing voice, super interesting, kind of along the lines of like magic realism, surrealist, literary style, but it's also humorous and heartfelt. This story is about a world where the only emotion that people can feel is sadness, and then the main character discovers the portal to another dimension in the bottom of his coffee cup one day, and it allows him to visit a dimension, like visit another version of himself that's living a life of happiness. And then he kind of becomes addicted to going through that portal and all of his experiences. So it's a really interesting read. Super uplifting message too. And then I also have Echo by John Urbancic, which I'm really excited about. It's the first time I'm publishing John, but he's a really well-known name in the horror scene. This book is a magical, surreal story about a man who steps through a mirror into another world. And similar to Luke Condor's book, it's like stepping through portals, experiencing a different version of himself and his life where he has a different experience. So those two additionally are for a similar reader. And then I have, going back to Bizarro crime noir stories, Widow of the Amputation by Robert Guffey. And I am super excited for you guys to all discover Robert Guffey if you haven't heard of him before. He's an extremely intelligent guy who, if you like Cody Goodfellow's writing, you're going to love Robert Guffey. Widow of the Amputation is a collection of 3 novellas, and they're all very interesting crime noir stories. And I will not spoil anything for you, but just look up Robert Guffey. And, you know, he just recently published an article on salon.com about QAnon. Like, he had a friend who started getting into that, and then he's describing, you know, his outside experience of what that's all about, which I was super interested in because I heard about that. I don't know what the heck is happening. And his article, it's going to be a series of articles, really kind of educated me on that. So super interesting guy. Okay, moving right along here. I have no idea how long it was going to take me to go through the different things I had to say. So that's basically what's upcoming for Eraserhead Press. Now I'm going to talk about Deadite Press for a minute, and then I'll go off on some other things. So with Deadite Press, some of the recent releases are Little People, Big Guns by Matthew Quinn, which is a humorous adventure story about little people that are battling, I think it's badgers. And so that one's a very strange, wacky horror story. We also had Swarm of Flying Eyeballs by Gina Rinaldi come out this year, and that's a collection of 3 novellas by Gina, who's a super strong voice in Bizarro horror. If you're not familiar with Gina Rinaldi, definitely get familiar with her. You can look her up. She is like the leading female voice in Bizarro horror, and her writing is super strong and awesome. So that is already available right now. We also had Don't Bleep with the Colors. Oh, I have a copy of it here. I forgot I had books sitting over here. I don't have all of them, but I'll show off some. So there's this one, very provocative cover, by Andre Duza. And this is also a collection of novellas. This author, if you're promoting authors of color, Andre Duza is definitely one to suggest to people. We have several books of his out on Deadite Press, and they're all super great. He also has a very entertaining, easy to connect with style. And then okay, so those are the ones that we had new this year. And then I have some that are coming up. We have The Remedy and the Therapy. These are 2 different books. The Remedy and the Therapy by Asher Ellis. And Asher Ellis is super awesome. A lot of you may already be familiar with his name. These are reprints, but they are excellent books that are about a deadly fungus that feeds on human flesh. And Asher Ellis should have been published on Deadite a long time ago. Like, he fits in with J.F. Gonzalez, with Brian Keene, with Edward Lee, like all the writers that you love on Deadite. You're gonna love Asher Ellis. I mean, Wesley Southard, like, yes. So that one is coming up. We also have, or actually those 2. It's a book and its sequel, and I haven't determined the release dates exactly yet. But Shapeshifter by J.F. Gonzalez. That's another one I'm really excited to put back into print. It's a werewolf story focused on corporate greed. It's got like a really interesting narrative from a person of color. Again, I would say that like these are books along with J.F. Gonzalez. Another one that I'm publishing by J.F. Gonzalez and Rad James White is The Killings. And that's another one that we're putting back into print. It's based on true events about an investigative reporter in Atlanta who discovers the connection between a string of racially charged murders. And so those 2, I think, like, are really interesting for right now. I'd gotten contact with Jeff Gonzalez's spouse and also Ralph James White, and asked them what books they feel are the most relevant for putting out in front of readers right now, out of their back catalog, because we're looking for, we're looking for diversity. We're looking for topical things about police violence. We're looking for revealing the horror in that. And these 2 are really excellent for that. Speaking of which, also when I was talking to Ralph James White, I have a really exciting thing to announce that is like breaking news. Mary. It is that we are putting together an anthology, and it's going to benefit the NAACP Legal Defense Fund and the Equal Justice Initiative. And I'm trying to find the right descriptor here. Oh, crap. How did I lose it? Oh, no, here it is. Okay, hey, you guys. So back to what I was saying. I contacted Rath, and I was talking to him about everything that's going on in the Black Lives Matter movement, the, police brutality, systemic racism. You know what's going on. And I've really been called to action at this time. I feel like a lot of us have, and I was thinking about ways in which I could use my platform to promote those voices. And Raph suggested that we put together an anthology. And so he and Andre Duza are going to be editing this thing. It's called Burn the Motherfucker Down. And it's anti-fascism, anti-racism, extreme horror tales of justice, anarchy, revolution, and revenge, police brutality, everything. It's here's the description that we came up with. We have actually solicited submissions from a couple of dozen writers that we're interested in getting stories from, and then we're probably going to have a brief open submission window here coming up in the next month. So here's what we have to say about it on our statement. Systemic racism is hardwired into the US justice system. From police shootings and brutal beatings of unarmed Black people to mass incarceration and longer prison sentences for minorities and people of color, conviction of innocent men due to prosecutional misconduct, laws that target minority communities with harsher sentences for marijuana and crack than for cocaine, designer drugs and prescription opioids, anti-immigration laws that overwhelmingly target Black and brown country, bathroom bills and denial of health care for trans persons, the gay/trans panic legal defense fund, and the failure to prioritize and prosecute the murder of trans women. It is clear the system is rigged against us. So what is there left for us to do but burn this motherfucker down? 100% of the net profits from this anthology will benefit the NAACP Legal Defense Fund and the Equal Justice Initiative. Burn the Motherfucker Down will be published by Deadite Press in paperback and ebook formats with an anticipated release date in early 2021. So I'm super excited about that project, and you'll be hearing more about it coming soon, but this is my very first announcement about it. Another thing that I'm excited to talk about that's also breaking news is that I am putting together a collection of horror stories by Gina Rinaldi that is called Gush, Tales of Vaginal Horror. And as I just mentioned, Gina has this super strong voice in bizarro horror, and her feminist horror that's focused all around female issues and vaginal horror is just stunning, you guys. So this is kind of a top secret project that she and I have been developing for a while because it's an area that we're both interested in opening up and kind of sending a signal out there to other women in horror that this is territory that we don't feel has been strongly explored enough, especially not in an extreme horror way. So that's exciting me too right now. And those are the updates on Deadite Press and Eraserhead Press. Let me just take a look at my notes and see what else I was going to talk about, because that was kind of a mouthful. And as I said, I'm not used to just talking to a screen. So, all right. Oh, and feel free, if you have questions, like, I think there's a way you can send me a question. Okay. Back to notes. Oh, I know. Another thing that I wanted to talk about is, in addition to books that have come out this year, award-winning books from last year. So I am pleased to announce that Lake House Infernal by Christine Morgan won the Splatterpunk Award for Best Novel just a week ago or so now. So I'm very proud of Christine Morgan, and that's super exciting. Lake House Infernal is set in the same world as Edward Lee's Infernal series, so fans of Edward Lee should definitely check that out. And also, we're extremely proud to announce that One for the Road by Wesley Southard won the Best Novella at the Splatterpunk Awards. And those were presented at KillerCon. These were books published in 2019. We also were nominated in the Best Novel category, in addition to Christine's book, Killer Lake by W.D. Gagliani and David Benton. So that's also a recommended read. And So yeah, if you're wondering what to read on Deadite, solid choices. Those were just award-winning books. Oh, fuck. Sorry for cursing. I can't believe I overlooked like one of my most exciting announcements for Eraserhead, because I talked about books that were being developed for Deadite, but I have a book by, on Eraserhead Press, by an author from Nigeria. She's the first female Bizarro author from Nigeria. Her name is Aru Kome, and her book is called Not Seeing is a Flower. And it's a gorgeous, phenomenal book, super fresh new voice. You're gonna absolutely love it. I just got the cover designed by Matthew Rivera. It has this voodoo vede theme, and the book it's in a world that is powered by love. Love literally is what fuels the earth to turn. And there is this whole pantheon of gods and goddesses and this entire mythology that she's created. But essentially there are cupids, like cupids that shoot an arrow at someone and, you know, make them fall in love. Only in this world, they don't use bows and arrows, they use machine guns. And then there are another entity, and they're called dharmas. And the job of a dharma is to disrupt the relationship that's been created by the cupid. So basically create challenges and chaos in the life of the couple that is potentially destined to be together. And if they're able to overcome that challenge, then they create true love, which then powers the earth. So it's all what keeps it going. And it's just absolutely heartbreaking and beautiful. And the main character is one of those dharmas. She's a kick-ass character, strong female voice, out of Nigeria, Not Seeing as a Flower, Eri Kome. So I'll be putting announcements about all this stuff on my website, because I know that was a lot to keep track of, and I don't have it very clearly spelled out anywhere online yet. So be looking for that. I'm wondering, oh, hi, Mary.
Hi, I'm popping in because, first of all, that was an awesome presentation. Thank you so much, Rose. I did have a question, though. You mentioned a Nigerian title. Could you give us the title one more time? We had a question from the audience about the title, and then I also had a question, but you can, what was the title again for that one?
It's called Not Seeing is a Flower.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. We had talked a little earlier about one of the awesome trends that we're seeing in horror is a sort of horror from around the world, an international inclusion. Because I hear publishers sometimes say that they don't know how that's done. Could you just talk a little bit about the process of how you discovered this author and how you, in general, discover and find diverse voices from all over the place? And I'm going to pop out so you can answer it. And then any questions, just to let you know, we're just going to pop them up on the screen so that you can see them.
Oh, good. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, that's an excellent question about how to find diverse voices. And I'll tell you that there's no like easy answer. That particular experience, Aru's found me. And I think after talking to her, what it was is that a couple of years ago, when I had my open submissions period on Eraserhead Press, well, first of all, just clearly state that that's what you're asking for. So I'm sure that all publishers probably have caught on to that by now, but in your submission guidelines, just say that you are looking for diverse voices, you're looking for people from other countries, however you want to put it. And then, because otherwise people might not know. But with this author, a couple of years ago during our open submissions period, I created a video that I posted up on YouTube and I posted on my social media sites. And the intention of that video was to express what it was that I was looking for and to invite authors and to kind of bring them into my world a little bit and my thought process over how I select what I want to publish. And that video has gotten a few views. I mean, like, I've had it up for the last 3 years now, and people keep referencing it because it's what they need to know in order to submit to my company. But I found that doing that actually allowed me to reach out different places that I didn't even know. And it allowed those people to kind of get a sense for who I was, like how genuine I was, what I was all about. And I mean, the thing about Eraserhead Press is that we have always been interested in diverse voices. We've always been looking, I mean, one of our main guiding values is open-mindedness and appreciating people's uniqueness and their imaginativeness. I mean, that's what Bizarro fiction is all about, is unlimited imagination and different points of view. So so I think that that's part of how I reach people, is just to let them know that that's what I'm interested in, that's what I'm all about. Oh, okay. Question: what books from Eraserhead would Rose recommend for someone new to Bizarro that is a fan of extreme horror? Ah, all right. So, great question. And there is some crossover between what I consider Bizarro and what I consider extreme horror, because those are slightly different in my opinion. But this Little People, Big Guns by Matthew Quinn that I just mentioned is definitely both Bizarro and extreme horror. I also recommend the Andre Duza book, this one. And then also, if you're just interested in Bizarro fiction in general, there's a book that I would definitely recommend. It's called The Best Bizarro Fiction of the Decade. And this one is now almost a decade old. I actually should do an update. But it has a really great lineup of authors, including, you know, the standard Bizarro fiction authors like Carlton Mellick and Cameron Pierce, Cody Goodfellow, Robert Devereaux, David Barbie. It also has stories by Joe Lansdale and Stephen Graham Jones and Alyssa Nutting and D. Harlan Wilson. So it's a very interesting collection, and it totally still stands up as a representation of what I think is quality Bizarro fiction. So that's a recommendation. I also would love to recommend the Bizarro Encyclopedia of Film. And this isn't exactly an answer to your question, but it's one that I wanted to recommend to people and draw attention to. This is super awesome nonfiction book. It's the only nonfiction book that we've done. Well, it's not the only one, but it's one of the few. And it's edited by John Skip and Heather Drain. And this is an encyclopedia. It's basically essays and information about, you know, if they were to put together a video store, because we always used to, in the old days, we used to describe Bizarro fiction as the literary equivalent to cult film. And when John Skip heard that, it's what kind of got him interested in Bizarro fiction. And so he actually, at this point, with his co-author Heather Drain, compiled a list of all of the movies that he would put in a video store if it were just focused on Bizarro film, on just the cult films. So it has ones like well, come on, don't I have a random page? Anyway, it has, you know, Fellini films, John Waters films, Alejandro Jodorowsky films, and all sorts. So that one's really exciting. What else should I talk about? Are there any other questions? And dude, if you're new to extreme horror and you haven't read Edward Lee, you should definitely read Edward Lee and Ralph James White and Jeff Gonzalez. So, you know, those are the ones that I would think everyone would recommend you. Get the encyclopedia on my desk. Oh, cool. Hey, Luke. I was just talking about your book, Luke. Okay. I also would say that if you have readers who are looking for LGBTQIA voices, I would recommend they check out work by Katie Quinn, by Larissa Glasser, by S.G. Murphy, by Gina Rinaldi, you know, all great authors that feature trans voices, gay voices. Oh, Vince Kramer. Yeah, Vince Kramer too. And our books are available through Ingram Distribution. We also have an Aereo bookstore. If you go to my Instagram or my Facebook page, there's a link to our direct order bookshop if you want to order directly from us. There's also you can email me at orders@eraserheadpress.com if you want to order direct. If you're a wholesale, if you want to place a wholesale order directly through me. And you know, we also have books available out there online. Okay, another question. What got me interested in starting my own publishing company? Hey Matt. Okay, so I actually didn't start my own publishing company. This company was started by a group of authors back in 1999. Well, actually back in 1999, it started out as a chapbook press that was photocopied for free by making friends with the night crew at Kinko's and hand stapled by Carlton Millick III. And he was just publishing chapbooks and mailing them out to people through his website for like $4. And he published lots of different authors through that. He started a magazine called The Dream People. And then in 2001, he got interested in print-on-demand publishing because that was just starting at that time. You know, people were still doing offset printing, and Lightning Source had just gotten going. Like, I think they started in 1999. So he teamed up with a group of 5 other authors and created the Eraserhead Press Collective. And this collective was designed in order to serve the authors as a cooperative where they would all edit each other's work and help each other design them and help each other print them. And then they would all share in the profits. So the author would get 50% of the profits, and each of the other authors would receive 10%. Now, that was a really cool idea. And I saw that that was happening. And then I saw what happened just in the interpersonal relationships and ego battles and things like that. And it's very difficult to organize a cooperative, and there really wasn't anyone in charge. But I saw the type of fiction that they were doing was so different. I mean, this was before Bizarro fiction was called anything. A lot of the authors, it was like D. Harlan Wilson, Vincent Sikowski, Kevin Donaghy, Carlton Millick, and a couple others. And you know, people had not seen fiction quite like this before. I hadn't. So I was really intrigued by it. I saw that they were just headed downhill. Carlton wasn't going to do it anymore. And I decided to purchase the company from him in 2001. And it was my own inspiration for it was mainly that I could see a future path in what they were doing. Like, I knew that if this is something that we built, because the original appeal to it is exactly the same as it is today, which is that we're speaking to the outsider. We're speaking to the person that like is experiencing the world in a way that they don't quite fit in with everybody else, whether it be due to a difference in mental ability, whether it be due to a difference in physical ability, whether it be due to their life experiences, traumas, or just various differences. Maybe it's just from a different culture, right? Those are the kind of people that I've always been interested in connecting with, because I have a great empathy and connection with that. And I feel like the type of fiction that I want to publish is going to reach those people and make them understand that connection. Because for me, okay, I hit it. For me, the thing that I love the most about books is when you get one that says something that you've been thinking or feeling or imagining in some kooky way that you can't really explain to anyone or that no one's ever understood about you, and you read it in a book and it's just like, oh, someone else gets it, right? Oh my gosh. So that's every book on Eraser and Press is going to speak to someone like that.
I just wanted to pop in and say, I totally agree. I know what you mean. It is absolutely beautiful. It's a beautiful moment. I think one of the things that brings us together, you know, it's one of those things that makes books a connecting force.
Rose, I didn't want to make you cry. I'm sorry.
I just want to also pop into, folks, we got about 10 minutes left. If you have any questions, let us know and we'll pop them up on the screen for Rose. Do you have any questions for her?
No, there's one right there.
Oh, wait, we just found a question. Hold on. All right, I'm popping back out again.
Oh, hey, check out my shirt. That's from the Iliad bookstore in Burbank. Okay, any favorite Bizarro movies? Also, any news on the Dairy Queen adaptation? Oh, yeah. So what he's talking about there is that every time we meet at the Dairy Queen, your whole fucking face explodes by Carlton Millett III has been adapted into a short film that is directed by Anthony Cousins, the same director that did Susurrus Stirs by Jeremy Robert Johnson. And so it's super great. It's already done filming and it's in post-production. Sorry, I gotta wipe these tears away. And I just heard from Anthony Cousins that things have just kind of slowed down, you know, with all, it was supposed to tour the festival circuit, but that's all been disrupted by COVID. So he's not sure yet, but you know, that book will come, that film will come out eventually. Now, as far as Bizarro movies go, let's see. You know, the latest one that I would recommend is The Platform, that movie out of Spain. Have you guys seen it? It's about it's about capitalism, greed. It's very surreal. It's super violent, and it's about these people that are in this kind of dystopian situation where they're all living in different levels of this building that's probably like 200 levels high, and every day a platform comes through the middle of the building carrying a buffet, a giant buffet of food, and it's all the food for everybody going all the way down. So it starts at the top, and the people that are on the top levels, they get to feast, and by the time it reaches the bottom, it's out of food, and they get shuffled around all the time. It's a really interesting story. And what else? I know I've seen other ones, but I just wasn't prepared to talk about movies. Let's see. What else? Any other questions? Mary, are you still there?
I'm here. I'm here.
You guys can think. Yeah.
I think this. I like that you covered so many diversity. Matt and I were just saying, like off screen, like it's awesome that if somebody asks a question, you're like, I have it. I have the book. It's, you know, like, here it is. This is what we're looking for. And I've seen some Bizarro horror movies that I didn't realize that's what they were until it was explained to me what Bizarro was. Like I thought Bizarro. You and I have had this conversation that it's. I had thought it was an offshoot of horror, and it's not. It's really an all-encompassing genre across the boards that does include some horror.
Right.
But
yeah, it definitely does. I mean, we have an affection for horror. I do in particular, and so like there's a lot of the books that I've put out that are kind of horror slant. And also when I was starting in publishing in 2001. The first convention that I went to was the World Horror Convention in Seattle. And so those were the very first connections where I found acceptance and friends in the small press industry and so on. And so that's always been kind of where it come from. But it definitely has branched out into all sorts of areas, and Bizarro as a term is open to everyone and is, you know, what you make of it. Personally, at Erase Red Press, we wanted to put that term on the back of our books because of it, trying to connect with that audience that would respond to that label. In a similar way to when we discovered music in the days when you go and look through albums or CDs, and they would say things like ska or punk or whatever. So we were like, oh, awesome! Like, we don't know who these bands are, but it's ska, and I like that, so I'm gonna check it out. So that's what I wanted the experience for people in Bizarro to be, is like, okay, this is Bizarro. Like, I like weird. Okay, I'm gonna check that out. I don't know who this person is, but I like it.
It's almost like I think like uncanny valley territory, and I think maybe that's why sometimes people associate it with horror, because it's some of it is just surreal enough that the surrealism is creepy because it's so different than what
it can be unsettling. Yeah, I mean, when I was first discovering what then we called Bizarro fiction, I would describe it to people as, it actually, like, it made me feel kind of seasick. It was stuff that was disturbing and funny and gross and turned me on and made me question what I knew all at the same time, you know? And it doesn't always have to be that way. Not every book is, not every Bizarro thing is like that. And some of it has different elements of those. But like, it's definitely for people with an open mind, for people that they're okay with experiencing something that doesn't fit the rules, or just something out of nowhere wacky, you know. Like, I think that that's why it has a lasting appeal, because if you look at like generation previous to me, it would be people who liked Frank Zappa and like R. Crumb and John Waters films and stuff like that. And then like my era, it's more of like you know, the Hodorowski films and the like Spike and Mike's Sick and Twisted Animation Festival, or like alternative music, or like the comics that were coming out of Vertigo and Image, like in the 90s, you know, like Sandman and the Invisibles and stuff like that. And then for the next generation, I would say it's like the people that connect with the stuff on Adult Swim, or like who are into like surreal memes or glitch media, or like you know, just have a fascination with surrealism and Dadaism and strangeness. So yeah,
which is awesome. Okay, so we have 2 more questions for you, and then I'll pop back in. Here's one, and I'll leave it with you.
Okay, the Bizarro fiction and weird fiction distinction, you know, it's like, it depends on, it's not even worth questioning. I've had conversations with the people in weird fiction, and there's so much crossover now that we're just trying to erase those lines. Traditionally, weird fiction only applied to cosmic horror, stuff that was inspired by H.P. Lovecraft and the like. However, modern weird fiction is really trying to distance themselves from that narrow definition, and they are really open to all the same kind of shit that I like and call Bizarro. I would say that if there is a distinction, it's just perhaps the attitude or perspective of the writers that connect with the word, like the label. And a lot of people don't even care about labels, so they're interchangeable, I'd say. Hey, Andre. What does it feel like to be the boss lady? Well, it's exhausting sometimes, but also exhilarating. I really wouldn't have it any other way. You know, this is what I've crafted my life to be, and it's what I've spent the last 21 years focused on. And this is what I consider my family, my community. And that's why I'm so grateful to Mary to be putting this together and showing such leadership at bringing together all of these voices and allowing us to reach out and connect to each other, because that's what it feels like to be the boss lady.
Well, thank you, Rose. Thank you so much for doing this. We really appreciate it. I know I'm really excited about the stuff you have coming out, and I think it's going to be a great, provided we can put a lockdown on the whole COVID situation. I think it's going to be a really great coming year for books, and thank you again. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to express my gratitude to you and to all of our readers and to all of the reviewers and librarians and fans and everybody, because, as I said, this is my life. This is how I make my living full time. I depend on all of you, and I'm so grateful for your support and attention for this past hour. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And thank you, Rose. And thank you to everybody out there who had some great questions. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we have Grindhouse. And we'll see you later, Rose. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, like I said, in about 10 minutes, we've got Grindhouse coming up. So we will be back then. Check out some more cool commercials that we have coming up in the meantime.
yourself in it.
Hi, Carrie.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks. How are you?
Good.
Thank you again for doing this. This is really exciting. We're glad to have you here.
Oh, no problem. I actually enjoy doing these things now that all the conventions have been kind of shut down.
Right. It's kind of nice because you only have to dress up from here up,
Oh, yeah. Just wash your face and turn on the camera.
So I won't get in your way. You can talk about Grindhouse. I'm going to pop out. If you need me, just let me know because I'll be here in the background. And as questions come up, I'll just put them up on the screen for you.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I actually had written a little bit, so I'll read that off and then anybody can ask questions. Okay.
Great. Okay. Thanks. All right. See ya.
I'll see ya. So Grindhouse Press was originally founded in 2010 by Anderson Prunty, officially making the press 10 years old in April of 2020. I took over the press in January of 2017 and since have published 38 titles. We publish horror, extreme horror, sleaze, exploitation, dark humor, and general weirdness with dark themes. We're open to all horror subgenres and tend to lean towards tales that have twisted and gritty elements. When people ask what we're looking for, I like to reference the old grindhouse films of the 60s and 70s, the video nasties of the 80s, and the unhinged plots of low budget and shot on horror movies. If you've seen the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, The Thing with Two Heads, Things, The Suckling, then you understand what we're looking for and what we strive to produce for our readers. We currently have 9 titles to be released between October 1st of this year and the end of next year. Only one title has a definitive publication date. We work on a tight turnaround and only announce publication dates once all the files are ready to go. And we have an agreement with the authors and everything's good. So on October 1st of this year, Horrorama, it will be released. That's edited by me. Horrorama is a collection of 3 novelettes. 2 of the stories are from returning Grindhouse Press authors A.S. Coomer and Lucas Mangum. In addition, there is a debut novelette by Matt Harvey, the lead singer of Exhumed. So if you're into metal, you might know who that is. So also in October, Gone to See a River Band by Christopher Triana will be published. This book was originally published as an ebook by Cemetery Dance and was available in a limited edition hardcover from Thunderstorm Books just recently. Grindhouse will be publishing the paperback version in October. The book is about a woman obsessed with getting close to a serial killer, and she's willing to do whatever he asks of her, including trekking through the woods to meet a mysterious figure called the Riverman. Later in this year, possibly early of 2021, we'll be releasing Go Down Hard by Ali Shea. It's the age-old tale of a boy meets girl, except for the boy is a serial killer, and so is the girl. So is it lust murder, or so is it lust or murder lust that brings them closer together? That's just a brief description of that book. In January, we'll be publishing Mage of the Hellmouth by John Wayne Comunale. It's about a man who starts a new job but quickly discovers there's something more sinister happening behind the doors of an artisanal ice cream factory. So it's if you've read anything by John Wayne, you'll see very similar themes of a little bit of humor and darkness there. In February of 2020, we're going to be releasing Paradise Club by Tim Meyer. The description of this is, of course, we all want to win an island getaway, but none of us want to become a target of a madman's game. This book was originally a serial published by Tim Meyer on his Patreon, where the donors were allowed to make decisions as to what would happen to the characters, and they could actually become characters in the book. So it's kind of a very personal thing for him, and it sounded like a really fun concept. And so we'll be publishing that in February of next year. The following books, we don't have set publications, but they will be coming out next year. Probably we'll be getting closer or more definitive publication dates once we get closer to the end of this year. So one is called Girl of Prey by Pete Risley. He's a returning Grindhouse author. Girl of Prey takes place over a late 1990s Halloween weekend in Stankerton, Ohio, and revolves around a horror movie marathon at a local theater. A serial killer called the West Side Slasher has been preying on young women. A strange recreational drug called worm is gaining popularity, and during the movie marathon, a vague image appears on the outside wall of the theater, taken by some to be an image of Christ, though it's actually just a result of a plumbing problem. I really enjoyed this one. I hope that our readers will enjoy it too. The one after that is The Rotting Within by Matt Kurtz, who is a returning Grindhouse author. A woman fleeing an abusive relationship moves her two children to her grandmother's secluded B&B. There's only one rule: stay away from the two reclusive women living on the third floor, and something within the house keeps whispering to the woman to kill her children. This was very dark and creepy to me, very atmospheric book. And then we have a new author, House of Bad Memories by Michael David Wilson. A man is haunted by his stepfather after his death and returns to his childhood home to confront his demons. Little does he know that his unstable sister will take the opportunity to interrogate him about his stepfather's death and unwinding a dark and vicious tale. I think I discussed this with the author, that this reminded me of a very demented Dinner with Andre, if you've ever seen that movie. It's very conversational, and just as the book progresses, more and more is revealed. It's almost like a mystery, horror mystery. And then the last one for next year is A Monster on All Grounds. The book is 215,000 words, and it's broken into two parts. It's called Birth of a Monster, and it's by A.S. Coomer. He's a returning Grindhouse author. The first part is called Birth of a Monster, and it's a coming of age tale for an unpopular, poverty stricken, abused teenage psychopath as he discovers and embraces his illness. And then the second part is called In Utero, and that is all about the descent into the madness as he navigates life on his own with no rules. It's a very large book. It's going to take a lot from us to get the editing and the layout for it. It includes some photographs and stuff like that. So we're excited to release all these things to you. I hope everybody else enjoys them too. If anybody has any questions, I'm open to see what anybody has to ask about these or anything dealing with Grindhouse in general. There's Mary.
Hi there. I just popped in to let anyone know if they have any questions. You can put them right there in the stream, and we'll put them up on the screen. Just tag it as question so I don't miss anything. That's kind of all I have.
That's kind of all I have.
I did want to apologize in case you heard me babbling in the beginning of your talking. I'm still getting the hang of this whole mic situation. So, but I apologize if there was any of me like in the beginning, like I'm happy with the way things are going, because I'm very delighted that things are going so well. I actually, while I'm here, if you don't mind me asking a question,
sure.
What do you think would make, like, what is something that you'd like to see Grindhouse publish that maybe you haven't seen yet? And then I'm going to pop out so you can answer and have your way.
I got to think about that one. Oh, geez. I don't know. I would like to see, I mean, not that we haven't published anything like this, but yeah, I would like to see definitely like more B-side horror movie or B horror movie type things, more strange and horror. Like I mentioned like the thing with two heads, and what I was things that I were looking for is just like kind of weird, just one guy's head transplanted onto the shoulder of another guy as they go on this weird adventure thing. And not that we haven't done things, we've definitely by Mill Iron, we did Cocksucker, which was about a family on vacation that runs into a Bigfoot and a Chupacabra. So that's very weird and strange. I don't know. I would like to see more almost like literary horror fiction, if anybody's interested in stuff like that, more psychological things, We don't have a whole ton of that stuff. It's more kind of like in your face, movie type stuff. Oh, so what new forms of marketing have I been exploring? I've really delved into Twitter lately. Before it just seemed to be like our website, and then also uh, like Facebook and the Facebook group. But I've been using Twitter a lot more lately. Um, a lot of like the bookworms people are great. They, it's a box set thing. They send the books out, and there's reviewers. We have since doing one of those, a lot of those reviewers have come. They do the Bookstagram, um, and they run their own blogs and websites, and that has helped us immensely, getting the books out to people, getting word out about our authors and what kind of titles and what kind of stories we have. The bookworms people have been really great, and helping promote us. Um, Also too is just like even just putting the books in the hands of like musicians and people who are into movies too seems to be helping quite a bit. Not exactly on Grindhouse, but with Autolotl, there's the book Death Metal Epic, and Dean has put that into a lot of like metal magazine reviewers and those type of people. That's helped quite a bit too. Um, yeah, it's every author comes to us, they may have ideas or certain people that they want to reach out to, and we're open to all of that stuff. We'll explore just about everything.
I really keep
Okay.
a handle on this whole mic situation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm still learning on mine too. I have like a mic thing, and if you hit it too many times, then I can just only hear myself.
Yep. I keep like I have to unmute it to come in and then mute it again to go out again, and I'm trying. I'm not sure I've got it all. That I'm working on it though, people. So if you hear me in the background, like, ooh, nice, or something, it's because I probably forgot to turn the mic off. I like the question about marketing, because I think that's something that's kind of, one of the points about, I'm glad, about this whole expo is how we're reaching people, in a wider audience. And I'm glad that you brought up the Bookstagrammers, because I think it's an interesting, it's a visual component, I think, to the marketing part of it, of books, which unless they're picture books, for the most part, you don't get that component.
Yeah, it's so weird, because it's like before it used to be blogs and reviews and stuff like that, but now it seems to be more visual. It's I get requests from like YouTube people who run like book reviews and stuff, like Matt. I'm sorry, Adam Caesar does this, but he does like books and Blu-rays and stuff like that. And it's just like, I've been getting more requests for people who have started like YouTube channels that are looking to review books and stuff, so they can, hold up the book, show the book, like it's a very visual thing. So it seems to go more visual than like actually reading nowadays.
And I was going to ask, does that affect how you're designing covers now going forward, that there is such a visual component?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, when we were designing books before, we kind of went with, that little tiny thumbnail. You got to make the title and everything kind of eye-catching and able to read it. And that tiny little thumbnail when people are scrolling through on either their phone or whatever. But now it's just like, now you're going to have people holding things up. There's been little, I hate to use the word gimmick. There's little gimmick things that I've thought about trying. You got things like blacklight, can a cover glow under blacklight, because
oh, nice.
Yeah, the older books, they had the the text would pop out and stuff.
Right.
But like with a lot of print on demand companies, you just can't get that unless you go directly to a printer. It's more expensive, and then you have to buy a run outright and stuff. So you know, we don't have the overhead with that. We just do the print on demand thing. Yeah, just trying to look into things like that you can do, like that could be like a little bit neat or different that you've never thought of before. It's just like, we wish we can make the covers glow in the dark.
That would be awesome. And I like
Yeah.
that. I like the idea that there's that creative aspect to it, to the covers. So I do have a question that came up. I'm going to pop out again and give you the question. So
okay, right. Okay, so the question is, I see you guys have branched out with merch. Any more ideas? I bought a shirt, high quality. Thanks for, yeah, definitely thanks for purchasing the shirts and stuff. Yeah, the glasses are new. We've done pint glasses. Actually, it was Brian Smith's idea. He had mentioned something about it, and I know some other presses had some pint glasses, so I had to really dig around into it. Would really like to do baseball caps sometime or another. Doesn't seem too awful difficult, just trying to find. It is time consuming to find like a company, you know, make sure that it's a quality item, that you know, you're not paying for garbage. It's like, we definitely don't want anything that goes to, if our readers want to, you know, support us by having merchandise, we definitely want the merchandise to last a long time. We don't want to send them, you know, terrible glasses that don't make it through the dishwasher, or shirts that the printing comes off after a couple washes and stuff. But yeah, the only idea that I had in my head is baseball caps, just because I see a lot of people wearing them, and I would be curious if anybody would be interested in them. Okay, next question is, I know cult films are a big influence on you and Grindhouse. Would Grindhouse Press ever work with filmmakers to create work along with the same lines as the fiction, not purely adaptions? I would definitely be interested in working with filmmakers to create um, any kind of, you know, film adaptions, or, you know, um, work that would be along, even like an anthology or something like that. Um, I have personally been contacted, but that kind of fell through after the executives took a read of the book, apparently. But yeah, it's definitely for any filmmakers that are interested. All of our authors retain their rights for the movie adaptions. So if there is ever a filmmaker out there that's interested in turning a Grindhouse book into a movie, they should reach out to the author. And if they cannot get in contact with the author, if they reach out to Grindhouse, the Grindhouse email, it's grindhousepress@yahoo.com. I can put them in touch with the author. So we're definitely open to it. I'd be very excited to see one of our books turned into any type of movie or television show or anything like that. Yeah, we would definitely definitely like to do that. Coffee mugs, I guess I never even thought of that. It's like, and I'm a coffee drinker. I'm a decaf coffee drinker, but I'm a coffee drinker.
I'm getting the hang of it now.
I know, I keep like watching the questions on the side.
Again, if anybody has any questions, just tag them as question, so I don't miss anything. I'm being, you know, pretty good so far. That I'm keeping track of you guys, but let us know. I want to say I do appreciate that you let the writers retain film rights. That's kind of cool.
Yes.
You
Yeah,
know?
I let them retain the film rights, any limited edition hardcovers, and actually, some people may know this or may not know this. We let them actually keep their ebook rights too. They get 100% of their ebook rights. We just take the English trade version paperback of their books, and we let them keep their Kindle rights.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, that way they can promote themselves however they want. They can do sales. They can, whatever. If they want to do price drops, any of that stuff, they totally control all that stuff.
See, I like that you look out for, that you take care of writers, that you're aware of what, writers' needs are. I mean, as a writer yourself, I think you recognize what we look for, in contracts, and you make them fair. And I think that's awesome. I really appreciate that there's that extra effort on Grindhouse's part to do that.
Yeah. And that's all from when you look at printers, there are, a few printers out there that do the print on demand. And the one that we use, it doesn't quite pay as high as some of the other ones. And I just feel like it's only fair. It's like, if the printer isn't going to give out as big as a royalty as like some of the other printers. But I mean, the purpose for that is because some of the other printers, they do almost like a run of a few to send to places like Amazon and Barnes and Noble. And then when they run out, it's like, we're such a little guy that, they get 10 copies and they're gone, and they just like take forever or never get those books back in the stock. So yeah, we use a printer that it's just like, it always shows that it's in stock. They don't technically have it, but it shows that it's in stock, because I think, that seems to be like the death of a book, when it just says out of stock. We don't know when it's going to be back in stock. So, and it's just like, okay, so, you're going to lose a little bit of royalty, but you're going to be able to control and keep all of your ebook to kind of make up for that.
Here's a question from the one and only Stephen Kozanuski. So I'm going to bounce back out here.
Okay. Let's see. Question: which Grindhouse title would you recommend everyone watching this buy immediately? Oh God. Oh, that is a tough one. That is a really tough one. Well, I really liked Christopher's Full Brutal. I was really, really, really happy when it won a Spider-Punk award. I definitely recommend that to people. I remember, just kind of opening and taking stuff. And then when I got that one, it was, I'd never heard of Christopher before. I'd never read any Christopher's books, and it popped up. Gosh, all of them. I mean, people enjoy true crime for what, it's very gritty and short. It kind of depends on what you're looking for. But yeah, it's hard to recommend. It's always hard because I think the best thing is when doing like conventions or standing at a table, when people come up, I start asking them like, what are you looking for? Because we do have a wide variety. It's like, if you're looking for something more extreme, it's like, yeah, you want to pick up something like true crime or Full Brutal or Depraved. If you're looking for something more cosmic, it's like Where Stars Won't Shine. It's like, yeah, and Stevens, it's your stuff. It's like, yeah, if you're looking for like a good reverse ghost story, it's just like, it's very hard to recommend things. It just kind of depends on what they're looking for. But if anybody ever comes to a table, that's one of the first things I ask. It's like, what do you read? Who are your favorite authors and stuff like that? And sometimes, it's surprising. So, somebody might come up and be like, well, I read a lot of Ed Lee. And it's like, well, you're in the right place. So it kind of depends. It's hard to recommend like a single one, because I kind of feel like all the books are kind of like my children or whatever. So it's like it's hard to favor one over the other. Let's see. Question. What got you started? What got you to start your own publishing company? I know I asked Rose the same question, but I love hearing people's stories. So originally, Grindhouse was owned by Anderson Prunty. He also owns Autolotto Press, and he writes. So obviously, we're in a relationship, and I seen him struggling for time to write, and he kind of came down to this dilemma of, possibly shutting one of the presses. He was leaning more towards keeping Autolotl open, and I get why. There's a lot of variety, more literary. It's kind of like more dark. It's not exactly a horror press, but it's compared to like the things that he writes, I understand why he wanted to keep Oddle and get rid of Grindhouse. And it's just like the moment he said Grindhouse was going, I was just like, no, I can't. I can't let Grindhouse go because I love horror a lot. It's like that's my number one genre. So it was a combination of seeing Grindhouse possibly up on the chopping block, and then being an author myself. It's like I have so many conversations with other writers, and they will tell you just horror stories. I personally have never been traditionally published with anybody. I have always self-published. But then I would, yeah, talk to people who have been published, even with small presses or major presses, and you just hear like, no responses in emails, not getting the royalty payments, getting kind of screwed over in their contracts and stuff like that. And it's just like when I took over Grindhouse, my number one thing was that I wanted to be the press that I would want to sign with. So that has always been my goal with running it. I keep in contact with the authors. I let them know step by step what is going on. Uh, you know, as simple as paying everybody every month. Yeah, it's. I just strive to be the press that I would want to publish with. So that's what definitely got me started off, and it was just like that, and publishing the books that I want to publish type thing. Kind of like just wanted to like curate. It kind of feels like a massive undertaking artwork thing. So let's see. When should we when should we expect the next CV Hunt release? Well, that might be a while. The one problem that you will hear from publishers who were previously writers is publishing definitely eats into the time, your writing time. This year alone, I have only written one 5,000 word story. I have just not had time. I think I counted last night that between publications, um, editing, everything that goes with that, by the end of this year, because I also help with Autolotl, proofreading, covers, layouts, stuff like that. It's like I have had my hands on 31 books for 2020. So it definitely cuts into your writing time. I'm hoping we're working on edits for the end of this year into next year currently. Probably will take until the end of this year. So I should be able to start at the beginning of next year actually writing something. So, and that all depends. I've written three 50,000 word books in 9 months time. And I've also taken 6 months to write like a 35,000 word novella. So I'm hoping to write something at the beginning of next year and put it out sometime, maybe towards the end of next year.
Hello again. I thought of another question.
Okay.
Because this came up recently in conversation, and I'm curious to know how publishers think of this. What do you think is an ideal length, generally speaking, for horror? Like, do you think novellas do better than novels? Do you think novels do better than novellas? What do you think is the sweet spot for horror?
Personally, I don't mind like a 90,000 word book at all, because it's very, reminds me of like the 80s paperbacks, leisure paperbacks and stuff seem to be like 60 to 80,000, 90,000 words. But anymore, I look for like 35 to 50. It seems to be like a sweet spot. I think people like something they can read in a weekend, on a Saturday and Sunday, or at the beach for a few hours or something like that. Yeah, it always seems like, although we are putting out like a massive, 200,000 plus word thing next year, it's just like I feel like, even though it's a big, and I like the story, it's very in depth, and yeah, it's very engrossing. It seems like people kind of shy away from like the kitten squishers anymore. They want, yeah, they're looking like, yeah, I'd say usually like 35 maybe to 60 is like the spot where a lot of readers are picking that up. Yeah, and I kind of enjoy that too. It's just like something that you can read over a couple day period on a weekend, or a couple hours each evening and be done with it in a week type thing.
I can see that, and it's not a major commitment. Like it's almost like a one night stand with a writer. You're not really committed to the whole super long novel. You could just kind of get a taste of what they're about and then decide from there.
Yeah.
All right, I'm popping back in. Oh, so go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, it's just like, yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like I feel like I'm one of those people that kind of like fall in love with somebody's writing. Exactly. I fall in love with somebody's writing, and I think it's, if somebody's not into the story or something, it's like less of a thing to be like, yeah, I'm not into this, and put it down after a couple chapters, and to be like 100,000 words in and be like, oh my God, I just can't finish this thing.
When will it end?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
I had a question. I thought it'd be easier this way since we had a camera and mic ready.
Right.
So. Plus, this is the first time I ever got to talk to you almost face to face.
Oh yeah, this is close to face to face. Yeah.
I was wondering, because a lot of hardcore followers to Grindhouse Press might know this stuff, but some that are just getting into it might not. Yeah. Not only do you own and run the press, you also do a lot of graphic design for it as well.
Yes.
You do covers and all that stuff. I was wondering, what, for people that might just be getting into doing it themselves, what kind of tips could you give to somebody that would help them, maybe ease into it a little bit more? Because it can be a very daunting thing when you open up Photoshop for the first time or something like that.
Yeah. So like for inspiration and stuff, I definitely go through like movie posters, Blu-ray designs and DVDs and stuff like that. But so a lot of people will debate. There's a big debate. I use a program it's a big long word, but the acronym for it is GIMP, which is kind of funny or whatever. Yeah,
I've heard of that. Yeah,
I use GIMP too.
Because it's free. It's like GIMP's free. Photoshop, you have to pay a monthly fee. And I've talked to people about this. It's like Photoshop, it is good for what it is. Now it's essentially like a streaming service that you pay a monthly fee for, and they have like all the photos and stuff in there. I use GIMP, so I outsource the artwork from like Shutterstock and places like that, DeviantArt and places where I'll go and look for artwork and then kind of cut it up and do it myself. With GIMP, they have a whole online, instruction manual that you can use. But I actually just pop over onto YouTube if there's something that I'm not real sure, because like I am completely self-taught. I know nothing about graphic design. I started writing and I was just like, well, I need covers. I don't know how to do this. And then I had a tattoo artist friend who had Photoshop, and he said, oh, don't pay for Photoshop. He's like, there's this thing that's called GIMP. It's essentially a knockoff version of Photoshop. And he's like, just play around with it. Just play around with it. And that's what I did. I just played around with it. If there's something you want to do, it's like literally just go over to YouTube and just type it in the search bar. There will be somebody that has screenshots as they're doing it, showing you exactly what you need to do I was doing that today. It's like, I don't know how many times I can, watch the stupid video of how to take text and cut it out of a photo. And I just have to go back and watch that stupid video every single time, because it's just like, I cannot remember exactly all the steps that are involved with doing this. But yeah, I definitely recommend that because it's completely free. And then, just go over onto YouTube. And if there's something, how do I make my letters glow? How do I do this? How do I do that? And just play around with things and just, look at the blog that shows all the step-by-step stuff, because there's millions of things that you can do. I haven't even explored that program to its fullest extent. There's things that it can do I have never touched. So definitely I recommend that one. That way it doesn't cost you anything, and just play around with it. I mean, you'd be amazed at the things that you can. I accidentally discovered how to do some things where I'm just like, oh, what does this do? And it's like, oh, okay, that's what that does.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna pop out. There's some another question, so I'll be back.
Okay. Okay, question. I will start Grindhouse Press too, so you can write. Would that help? Yeah, that would definitely help. Yeah, the writing definitely takes a toll. Anybody who's even remotely considering about starting a press, I always tell them it's like, yeah, be prepared to be kind of bossy, and put your foot down, and that if you're writing. Um, it's definitely gonna your writing time is definitely going to suffer, especially for me because I mean, I'm sure a lot of people have the day job that they do. It's like, yeah, I have a 40-hour a week day job, and then I come home and I run a press, and then try to squeeze in some writing here and there. But this year has been really stuffed. But yeah, definitely would help. Let's see. When are you going to tame that wild man, John Wayne? I am kidding. Okay. I love the books you guys have put out with him. I respect you guys and love what you're doing. John Wayne is out of control. Um, he's untamable. He's a wild Pegasus in the distance. We just kind of observe what he does. Let's see. I don't have a. Whoops. Sorry, I may be a little dyslexic today or whatever. I don't have a book through Grindhouse, but man, I really appreciate what you do with your ebook rights. Good on you. Yeah, I get a lot of shocked uh, reactions when I talk to authors and they kind of ask about what we do, and I tell them that the authors keep the ebook rights because anybody who has self-published or yeah, even published through small press, large press. I don't know if like with larger presses, if they sell more paperbacks more than ebooks, but you definitely will sell more ebooks than paperbacks. And I've actually had readers reach out to me asking which is better for the author to buy the paperbacks or to buy the ebooks. And honestly, it's between like what fees and stuff come out like with their ebooks and paperbacks, it's about the same. I encourage the authors to at least start out when they publish the ebook to price it at a fair price. I usually recommend at least $2.99 depending on the length of the book. Obviously, it's just like it just goes by word count is what my suggestion. But yeah, a lot of authors seem to really shocked that we let them keep the ebook rights, but I feel that it's only fair. See, what advice do you have for writers regarding editing, beta reading before they submit to a publisher? I definitely recommend, I mean, I've never done beta readers, but I definitely recommend having somebody read through it that, just your general editing stuff, goofs, and, you may even I would almost recommend maybe one more than one person, because we do have like a proofreader and she's excellent about finding like inconsistencies in the story. Like amazing job. It's like a character's name goes from Tim and at 50,000 words later changes to Tom and she will catch that. Um, yeah, I would recommend definitely have somebody read over and kind of just give it like a line by line, copy edit just as far as like typos and try to make it as clean as possible. The cleaner your manuscript is when it goes to a publisher, obviously that will kind of reflect with the publisher as they're reading through it because it's a workload depending, if there's very few typos and very few problems with the story. It makes it a lot easier on us editors when we're going through it. It's kind of like the more mistakes there are in it, the more possibility that there might be a mistake in the final thing. I mean, we really strive to edit that as best as possible. It goes through an edit, it goes back, it goes through one or two more proofreads, depending yeah, and that goes based on my thoughts. It's like if the manuscript is a little bit more messier, I would, go for like a double proofread, two different people reading it at the same time, just to make sure that nothing's been messed. Because there's errors made in editing too, in the accepting and rejecting process. As something as stupid as like an extra space or a leftover letter or something like that. So, but yeah, I would definitely recommend that. Authors have somebody read over it once, at least once, before sending it off. We don't really recommend too much as far as like plot and story edits. They kind of come to us and either we like them or they're not for us. But definitely the editing, as far as like typos and grammar and stuff like that. If you have a friend, a lot of people fortunately have like someone who's an English major or just another author, read through it and just be like, oh, hey, you used the wrong there here or something like that. Yeah, I would definitely recommend somebody give it a read through. Let's see. It was great to meet you at Scares It Cares last year. Will you be attending Scares It Cares next year if it's safe to do so? Definitely, we will be there next year. I believe always quite a few Grindhouse authors. That's the nature of the beast of like running a publishing company. Is you go to a convention and you talk to authors and then they submit to you, and then yeah, it just the returning authors there's quite a few. I plan on being there. Anderson Prunty will be there. I can't vouch 100% for the other people, but usually Christopher Triana, John Wayne, Tim Meyer, Scott Cole, Patrick Lacey, Matt Serafini. I'm probably missing somebody. Sam Koliesnik was there last year when we were there. I'm looking at my bookshelf trying to see authors. Oh, Lucas Milliron, John Quick. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, as far as Scares It Cares, there's a lot of Grindhouse authors that attend that pretty regularly. I hope to see as many there as all the other years, and I hope that it's safe to do so next year. Let's see when. So when Death's Head Press grows up, can we be just like you guys? Sure, we could be twinsies. It's like they're putting out quite a bit. Oh, sours or IPAs. Come on, Tim. You know this. Andy's the IPA guy. I'm sours, definitely sours. And I found that if you take sours to a convention, nobody will drink your beer.
I'm back again.
You're back.
Just reminding folks that we've got about 8 minutes left. If you have any questions for Carrie, then get them in now, and we will pop them up on the screen for her and chit chat with her about questions that you have. Oh,
I've got another.
Oh, Matt's got another.
Since we're not able to actually do cons in person, I was curious as to what you and your company are doing to actually reach out and maybe grab newer like customers and make people more aware that you have new stuff going out. Like, because I know there's social media, but do you have any other thing that you're implementing since we can't talk to each other?
Right.
We had discussed, but not 100%. Since we have the Grindhouse glasses going out, the pint glasses, the beer glasses, of possibly, I don't want to say that we are going to do this and then it not come together, because like I see that you guys are using StreamYard, and it's just like, yeah, this works really, really great, of possibly putting together an author thing where it's just like everybody has like a drink. It doesn't have to be an alcoholic drink, but just a drink, and just like kind of getting a handful of the authors, because I feel like if you got everybody together, it would be kind of overrun. A handful of the authors together and do like a question and A thing like this, even if it's Skype or something else, similar. This interface seems really, really easy to do, of just like having the authors together, just like, you know, talking, and like people would be able to pop in and ask questions for like an hour or two or something. But yeah, we've been trying to kind of look around because we canceled everything for this year. We usually do a thing here in Dayton that's called the Spooky Spectacular that we always do really well at. It's inside of a brewery. That seems to be a thing that a lot of people should really look into. I mean, right now there's a pandemic. A lot of breweries and stuff have are closed, or, you know, there's rules that kind of keep people from doing things. But it seems like doing things in breweries, because I know Tim Meyer and Chuck Buda and Armand, and gosh, I can't remember. I think there's one more person. They would do like a brewery tour. But yeah, we used to do those, and there was a few other like pop-up fair things in our area that were like the Spooky Spectacular is always like at the beginning of October, and people just come, and just there would be, you know, people who had buttons and clothes, T-shirts, and just all kinds of stuff. And we were like the only press there with books, and yeah, people would come and buy books. Yeah, so we tried to do like the littler stuff that's not like a full-fledged convention, just like fairs. There's another thing that they have it 5 times a year throughout Ohio. It's called Odd Mall. And it's just like an oddities expo type thing. And yeah. So it's like the one we went to is like 3 rooms. They'd have people selling incense. There was like people giving massages. There's people selling jewelry. They upstairs, they had people selling like taxidermy and like really creepy things. There. Yeah. So it was like, that was really cool. We went to that, and they do that like they do like a Halloween show, a Christmas show. They do like one in spring, one in summer, I think one in like around Halloween or something like that. So we were really looking into things like that to do that were not like horror conventions. And we were really surprised. Like, you know, people would come up, they would buy things, we'd talk to them, we'd hand out, you know, the business cards and stickers and stuff like that. And people would contact us when we came back and, you know, buy things from our online store and all that stuff. Is like, those seem to be working out. I'm hoping that, you know, things lift and we can do that again. But yeah, I've been just kind of looking for more things that we could do online.
Yeah. Oh, we have looks like we have one more question for you, and then I'm gonna go hide till.
Okay. So do you think Grindhouse will release any more hardcover editions? It's a possibility. Like I said, we let the authors keep the hardcover editions right now. This was a thing where I was furloughed from my job for like 15 weeks and had a lot of time on my hands. I probably should have been writing, but I was working on a lot of different things. And one of them is that we had never had a hardcover edition. And I decided to create a hardcover edition for Ritualistic Human Sacrifice, because October 15th of this year would be the 5-year anniversary of it. So it's an experiment. It's in pre-order phase right now, just to see how it goes. Yeah, just cost effective if people are interested in them. They won't be anything like limited edition. If we do more of them, they're essentially just a hardcover version of the paperback with like the same, you know, cover and stuff. There's not like a different artwork or anything like that. But yeah, it's like we'll see how this one goes, and it's not completely out of the question that if possibly if there's books that, you know, sell really well and people, because that's what with Ritualistic Human Sacrifice, it was just that a lot of people said, I would like to have a hardcover edition of this, and it was just like, okay, well, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, it's not out of the question. I'd definitely be interested in and possibly doing that in the future.
Okay, I'm back. I really want to thank you again for doing this. This was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, I enjoy this. It's like the easiest way to go to a convention,
right? Yeah, no, I think this is, I can see doing this, like this kind of stuff throughout the year, because I mean, it saves you on plane fare and a lot. I mean, I do miss seeing people. Like I miss people's faces. I miss their faces.
Yeah.
But I do think there is something to be said about it. Like you said, I think that's a great idea to have a sort of group AMA for Grindhouse authors, that they can, you know, they can all talk and drink and answer questions. I think that's a really fun idea. And I like the places you suggested. I like the idea of thinking outside the box in terms of, you know, festivals and things like that.
I mean, ultimately, what I always tell people, it's like when you go someplace and you put those books down on the table, you're ultimately looking for the person who is interested in reading those books, who would not see them any other time. Like they're not going to stumble onto that book on Amazon or whatever because they're not in the circle of people or following. It's just like they're discovering this for the first time. So it's always, you know, taking it to a place where it's just like you don't know anybody, you know, and just seeing if anybody is interested, because it's like, yeah, you're going to put those out and those people will never see that book any other time than when they walk past your table. So I think that people should really look into, you know, branching out, looking for festivals and stuff like that that they can set up and stuff.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic and a fun idea. It's smart and it's a fun idea. Well, thank you again, Carrie, for doing this for us. We really appreciate it. It was great to have you on here. For folks tuning in, our next Crossroads is coming up next at 3 o'clock, and we're going to run some commercials, and we'll see you then. Thanks again, Carrie.
Thanks. Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, folks, like I said, at 3 o'clock, we've got Crossroads coming up. In the meantime, we're going to have some commercials, take a little break, and we will see you soon.
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Oh, Mary, you're muted.
I'm telling you, this whole microphone thing, it's been a challenge. It's been a challenge to my brain, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. So, but I appreciate everybody's patience. I want to welcome David Wilson from Crossroads Press and Katie Southard. Katie and David are going to talk about what Crossroads has been up to. And I just, again, want to remind people, if you have questions, you can post them in the comments and just tag them questions so I see them and then I can pop them up on the screen. So if you need me, I will be here. So good luck, guys, and take it.
Hi, David.
Hey.
Hey, so I think first I would love to hear some history of how Crossword Press came to be. You guys have a really interesting story as to how you kind of came about, if you could tell us.
Crossroad Press started out with just me wanting to bring back my books. Everybody started to do ebooks, and I thought, I do web pages, I can do this. And then some of my friends saw what I was doing and said, hey, can you do that for my book? And I'm like, not for free. So I worked out a way that I would keep very little of what what was made on the books, but I could start doing it for a few other people. And along the way, I ran into David Dodd, who's 50% holder of shares in the company now, who has a huge back collection of paperbacks, like going all the way back into the 50s. And he helped us get in touch with all these authors without a print books, and we started getting overwhelmed. Ron Kelly and Bill Kreider and all these people. Then ran into the guy at Bad Moon Books, who had me write the afterword for a Clive Barker book. So I got to talk to Clive, and we ended up with most of Clive's out of print stuff and almost all of his audio, which has been a real godsend for the company. And it's just grown and grown and grown since then. I mean, I can't remember a time we didn't have over 100 books waiting to be published.
Wow.
And it's been over 10 years now. We probably will be close to $1 million in royalties this year that we didn't keep very much of, but still, authors are very happy.
Yeah, you're very, the author's needs are pretty much priority. Like I think I saw on your website that as an author yourself, like you just didn't, your intentions weren't to screw over authors when it came to royalties or anything like that. You wanted them to be able to benefit from getting their work out there. Is that correct?
Right. Well, we call it author first, but the whole point was that I just hated, I've been writing for 25, going on 30 years. I hate the New York process. I hate the whole wait 2 years and send it to agents and get the manuscript lost only to get 4% or an advance, which is the only money you ever get, and then your book disappears in 2 weeks. It's just awful. And it's always been these guys in an office on Fifth Avenue in New York City that was never necessary. And these days it's even less necessary because you can be, I only met Dave 2 years ago at Nikon face to face for the first time, and we've been working together for over a decade. So,
wow. That's crazy.
You don't need all that stuff. And honestly, we do, once we've done the book, our work other than paying them every month is over. We market when we can and we do what we can with that, but most of the work goes into writing, and I think that's where most of the money should go.
Now, you started off with the purpose even being more to do like the digital copies, but it advanced more, like it grew even more into doing audiobooks and then even print as well, correct?
Yeah, in fact, we're really proud that over the last year, we finally started putting out some print books that are getting reviewed in Publishers Weekly and selling thousands of copies and getting into libraries, things that we never even planned on trying to do, because the one thing we'll never do, we're not going to take returns. We're not going to set up a warehouse somewhere and end up with a garage full of books like most of the out of work publishers that I've met over the last 10 years have done. I've seen so many publishing houses open and then close because they either paid too much out in advances, or they bought a whole bunch of copies and couldn't sell them, or they all got returned by the distributors, or they didn't realize that distributors don't pay you till like 6 months after, and they hold back money to wait to see if they're going to get books returned. So It's just a monster of a business if you do it the old way, and it's so easy not to. So that's what we decided to do. And yeah, now we've got hundreds of print editions, something like 800 audiobooks, and well over 2,600 ebooks currently.
Wow. Now, before we get into some of like the newer stuff that you have that you're working on and coming out, a big part of the business is doing reprints of back catalogs, whether they just kind of fell by the wayside or the publishers kind of fold it. You kind of offer a home for these. Could you elaborate a little bit more and with some of your bigger books that you've kind of taken on?
We've had a lot of luck on a lot of different sides. We don't just do horror, which is a thing that people don't seem to understand too. We've got books in every genre out there, and it seems like most authors from the 70s or before that and up into the 90s that had paperbacks, they forget about them. They don't even have a manuscript copy of their book or a file of their book. And the idea that we could take their box of books out of their garage and scan it and bring it back out and get a whole new readership for it has been interesting. And some of these books have really, really taken off. Author Brian Pinkerton had a book that came out from Leisure, and it did okay. But when we brought it out in ebook and ran one of those BookBub promotions back when BookBub first started, that book made the USA Today bestseller list for 2 days.
Wow.
It made more money, I'm pretty sure, as an ebook through us than it ever did as a paperback in New York City. And that's not the first time that's happened, but it's the only time we've hit that list except with Clive Barker. He hit that list.
Yeah, you guys have kind of cultivated a pretty good relationship with Clive Barker's older stuff, right?
We have. He was out of touch for a long time, and there's I guess a long story behind that I don't really know. But we've worked with his books since probably 9 years now, and as they came more of them became available, as the old audiobooks were pulled from recorded books and everything, we redid them. We also were lucky enough, since it was Clive, to get narrators like Simon Vance, who's won every narration award in the universe, to do the narration for them. That didn't hurt with the sales either. So, and we've learned a lot. We've got a lot of probably not great audiobooks out from the beginning when we didn't really know what we were doing. But yeah, and it's still a crapshoot. I mean, if you were a popular writer, then your books are still probably popular. If you were a mid-list writer, they're about mid-list popular. And it's hard to break through that even when you bring something back that people have never seen. It's been out before, but they never knew it was out. And we're still competing with 1-cent copies of the paperbacks on Amazon that people can order. So it's interesting. It's interesting to see what sells, what doesn't sell, and it's almost impossible to guess.
Have you seen a resurgence because of like the old the paperbacks from hell, like resurgence? Everybody's loving like the old throwbacks of those. Do you have any reprints and stuff that you're seeing have been, even in ebook form, have become like more popular for you?
It's hard to tell if it's become more popular because of that, but I know that that's the reason we started our Resurrected Horror series that we're doing, picking certain books by the old authors we've got, like one book per author, and putting them out in this series with a special tag on it, and making sure we do a paperback and an audio of each one that we can, so that there's a full range of editions of these old forgotten books. We have some really interesting stuff coming up, I think, that's going to really interest people in the reprint. We're in negotiations for some old Richard Lehman books that haven't been out for a long time. A book by Ray Garton called Biofire that didn't really get a big push. I think it was only a limited edition before this. So that'll be coming out.
That'll be exciting. Yeah.
Lots of stuff in the works. We just redid Night Visions 7, I think it was. We didn't have the whole series, but since Stanley Otter was the editor, and Chet Williamson, one of the authors, is one of our authors, and everybody associated with the book was already associated with us, so we were able to get the rights to all those stories and redo that. That was a cool old series. I wish that we could get that whole thing, but that would also be a nightmare. So
now, Do you take on new work from people along with or do you strictly stick with reprints?
We try to take the people who have the reprints who are established authors, and we like to do new books from them. We're also trying to bring out, and we have brought out a bunch of books that, you know, I as an author, I had these two piles of books that the agent or the editor just said, this doesn't fit our list or whatever, so they go in a drawer somewhere, but that I still like. And turns out that most authors have books like that, and with a little polishing and a note at the front that says 1995 so that people don't wonder why there's no smartphones in it. That you can bring out some of those lost books that people never would have gotten to read at all. We've even had a couple of people take things that they wrote for tie-in series that didn't get taken, completely revise them so that the tie-in series stuff is out of it, and turn that into their own series. So
that's cool. Well, can you give us some examples of some books that you have coming out? You know, either like that you either just had come out or some that you do have coming out for this year, and a little bit about those that can get people a little excited for them.
I can try. We have Vic Carey's As an Old Memory, which is a straight horror novel. Got a great review in Publishers Weekly. It's gotten really good reviews at NetGalley, and it's due out the 25th, I think, of this month. We just had not very long ago, earlier in this month, Paul Wilson's Signals, F. Paul Wilson's Signals book came out, which is the first adversary novel to come out since he completed the series. Before that, we had this was another big one for us, was The Last Christmas came out last Christmas from by F. Paul Wilson, and that's a Repairman Jack novel that kind of fits in one of the cracks that he left in the storyline. We have several books by others that people might not really be aware of. Dan Foley has a novel coming out later this month called Witches. It's kind of a historical dark fantasy horror novel. And Charles Phipps, C.T. Phipps, who writes this best-selling series about the best-selling series, The Supervillainy Saga, about Merciless, the supervillain without mercy. And yes, he realizes it's redundant. But anyway, he's hilarious. He writes all these books with a lot of pop culture references, and he decided he wanted to do a horror novel. So he just come out in about 2 days from now, Psycho Killers in Love, about two siblings of a serial killer slasher killer who want to grow up and be like dad. They haven't killed anybody yet, but they really want to. And it's pretty funny. So that one's just about to come out. We have gotten the rights to Chris Martindale's books, his old out-of-print books, and Phil Nutman. We're going to be bringing back out some of Phil's stuff that was out of print for a while. Madman Stan and Other Stories will be the first Richard Lehman book to come back, and that's coming out before too long here. Tom Monteleone's little colored book stories, we're doing those for him in ebook now. We've got a bunch of those out, and we have more coming. He couldn't get the rights to all of them, but we got most of them. So just a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff coming out between now and Christmas.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like there's so much. I don't know how you keep track of everything.
We don't. We try.
Stuff
always falls through the cracks.
On your website, are you able to post like when things are being released? Do you have a place where people can go and see what's coming?
We should, and we have in the past, but the problem is bandwidth. We have not updated the website for a while, and that's kind of a problem. But we don't, we used to sell things there. We don't really sell anything on the website anymore. All the product pages are just links to all the different retail sites where everything's available. And maybe once every 2 or 3 months, we get in there and get it all up to date and get excited because we can just keep up with it. And we do have a newsletter that tells people about what's coming out, and that's sporadically released 2 or 3 times a month. Try to get out lists of all the new audiobooks, all the new print books, all the new ebooks that are coming up.
Oh, that makes it kind of nice. It's a little condensed version, and they can go to your website to sign up for that.
Right, and the blog, we put blog posts up now and then and share those also, but it's just the website itself with the authors, narrators, and all the book titles that never seems to quite keep up with itself.
Yeah. One other thing I saw that I thought was really cool is that, you all do a really good job with trying to keep everything affordable for the readers as well. I've noticed that you try to stick in with certain, price ranges and stuff.
Yeah, and we've made that clear to a lot. There have been authors that wondered about that, but honestly, we have never been able to get good sales out of anything over $6.99, and we don't even like to go that high if we can help it. Our new books come out at $4.99 in ebook. The print books are a little higher, but the reason for that is to get into libraries and to get Ingrams to sell our books, we have to offer them a huge ungodly discount through Lightning Source. So what happens is we price the books really high, we put them on Amazon, and then we put them on Lightning Source, and then Amazon realizes how much money they're making on it, and then eventually they discount it way down anyway. We make the same amount of money on the book regardless of what they sell it for. So
yeah,
we try. We started out, we weren't ever going to go over $2.99 for an ebook, but that just turned out not to be enough. I think it cheapens it a little bit if it's so much less than everybody else is selling it for. So most of our reprints are at $3.99, and all of our new books are about $4.99.
Mm-hmm. And like we've talked about, there's been a lot of growth with the audiobooks. Do you find that you are pushing more of your books into that media source?
We push as many books to audio as we can because I just think people should have that option. And with ACX and with the audiobook, royalty sharing deals that you can get, it's possible to get almost any book into audio. It's harder because for me, I worry about the narrators too. So I don't like to bring books that I don't think are going to sell well to audio because they're not going to get paid for the work they do unless we sell audiobooks.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's a little bit of a choice at that point, but all of our new books come out in all the different formats. And we're trying to get them now so that they're up for pre-order and they all release on the same day. We've been doing pretty good with that.
That's awesome. Just as an FYI to anybody who's listening, if you have just been tuning in, if you do have any questions, please feel free to add those in the chat. Just make sure you preference, since I can't say that word, start it off with the word question in all caps because words aren't coming out of my mouth. Thank you. So, yeah, it sounds like you are getting a lot of really great backlogs. Like you said, you have Richard Lehman and you work with Clive Barker, who are some other, you also do fantasy and suspense. It's not just horror. A lot of people who love horror do like those other subgenres. What are some other big ones that you may not have mentioned that are coming out with that?
We have Chet Williamson and his wife Lori are writing a series of cozy mysteries that are like borderline horror, I guess. And their first book just came out like yesterday. Murder, Old and New. That just came out. We've got, like I said, that whole supervillainy series, which is hilarious. And if people like audio, that's the book to start with. The Rules of Supervillainy, and Gary Karkowski, the supervillain without mercy, is hilarious. We've got Whitley Strieber, a lot of his old books, in fact, almost everything, I think, including a book that he wrote called The Dog's Journey that he narrated himself in the voice of the dog. That's interesting. We have thrillers. We have a whole series of thrillers from Michael D. Mercurio that are all submarine related because he was a submarine officer. A lot of things like that. We get Raymond Benson, and his book that just came out is almost a horror novel. It's Hotel Destiny, and he calls it a ghost noir. So it's like a murder mystery told with ghosts. So
that's awesome. We do have a question from Hunter Shea. What's up, Hunter? He put, how many other Layman titles do you have planned to re-release?
We are working on those through a mediary with Anne, and I know that we're going to have to talk to Kelly too, but the ones that we'll be releasing will be limited edition things because his stuff is all still in in the hands of the original publishers, but there's a lot of things he wrote that just never came back out. The one that I'm excited about and the one that we'll eventually get to is A Writer's Tale. Because, you know, to buy a copy of the original of that will bankrupt you. I'll be happy to see that one come out. I don't really have a list. I wish I had the list in front of me of what we have. It's interesting, and they're all different. The one that I know of for sure is Madman Stan. That's the one we've actually worked on.
That's awesome. And just as a little side note, because Hunter was so nice to put a question, I actually just a little pip my own podcast for a second. I just posted yesterday my episode with Hunter Shea. So that's another author. If you guys are, you know, we always like to promote authors. You can learn more about him on my episode as well. So just throwing that out there. So I have to mention one thing though, because I was doing some snooping around and stuff, that if I was looking at the correct Instagram page, you have some really cute cats.
Oh, I do. We have a lot of cats. I can't let any of them into this room. This is like our office craft room. And there's plants that you can probably see over here.
Yeah.
And they dig in those, so we're gonna keep them out of here. But yeah, we have 5 inside and 2 that live in the garage and go outside, and they live with my dog out in the garage.
Oh.
They're all Persian, short-haired Persians.
Yeah.
And one long-haired Persian. And then there's a Maine Coon cat that's huge.
Ooh. Yeah, I did see your Persians. I wasn't sure how many that you had because I saw several different ones, but yeah, I don't get to see them too often. And I love their little squished faces.
If you follow on Facebook, you'll see nothing but cats almost. It keeps me from posting about politics.
I will take that anytime. I have cats and dogs. So I pretty much just, you know, everything I look at is animal related. On my Facebook. On my Facebook, I've the majority of what comes up are either horror groups or I follow one that says I'm gonna die trying to pet this. So there's all sorts of animals, like more exotic animals that they want to pet. And then I follow one that's chunky cats.
Yeah, we have 2 cats that could be on that.
I have a very, very chunky one that's on the couch over here.
2 of ours are in the 20-pound range.
Rose just popped in. Hi, Rose. You did an awesome job earlier. Are you seeing any impact of COVID-19 on your book sales?
Yes, and it almost makes me feel bad because throughout this whole thing, they have been up. We have sold more audiobooks probably than we have ever. And the ebook sales are up pretty well too, and people seem to be buying a lot of books because they have a lot more time to read. And there's not anything else to do, and you don't have to leave your house to buy an ebook. So yeah, it's definitely been a good time for us sales-wise.
Yeah, it's been very interesting. I mean, I know for myself, I mean, I still go to a job, so I have about the same amount of time as I did before. But yeah, I definitely have found a love more for like with audiobooks because I have a job where I can listen to them. So I mean, I'm sure even if people aren't going to a job since they work from home a lot, that's something they can enjoy as they're you know, maybe working at, from home as some background noise and stuff.
Yeah, I also have a day job, really hard day job, and during this period here, it's been harder because half of my job is being the IT manager, and we've had to deal with people all over the country that needed to suddenly work from home, telework. So I've been configuring laptops and shipping them out all over the place and changing the way we all do business. And I keep telling them that if you did business like I do Crossroad Press, we would all be at home now and we wouldn't have to worry about this. But, a lot of these people work for the government, so they can't.
Yeah, a lot of Zoom meetings, I'm sure.
we use Microsoft Teams, but yeah, very similar.
Yeah, absolutely. How have you found it affecting your relationships with authors? Since, I mean, I know most of it's done via email and stuff. But now it limits any opportunity for you to meet them in person with a lot of the conventions being.
We never get to go to conventions anyway. We go to like one a year. We were going to go to Nikon this year for the big 40th anniversary, and that didn't happen. But the thing I've noticed is that although I still have a day job and just about the same amount of time, like you said, a lot of the authors have lots more time. We're getting more books, and more people remembering stuff that we were working on that we haven't finished. Also, we have a couple of anthologies coming up. I mean, we don't have the bandwidth to do an open anthology and take submissions and read all that stuff, but I have one that I'm editing called Voices in the Darkness. And there's one from Charles Phipps, the guy that I mentioned before, that will be all stories based on Yog-Sothoth from H.P. Lovecraft. So we're trying to get a few of those out there too. We've had surprising success with them, but again, only because we don't do it the way traditional people do. I'm paying for the stories in my anthology, but I'm just using my own money to do that. That's not Crossroad Press. But most of the anthologies we do, we just share the money between all the authors, and if it does well, it does well, and if it doesn't, then they don't get much money.
Are you finding time for yourself? I mean, like you said, your time hasn't changed much, but business has been pretty good. Have you been able to still find time for you to do your own writing?
I had a little bit of trouble with that over the summer, but mostly because I think it just kind of depression related to everything that's been going on. Just finished a 26,000 word story that's going to be in that Yog-Sothoth anthology, using a bunch of my characters. And I have like 4 novels that are at the 30,000 word point. So one of those will be next. I still find time. If I can write an hour or an hour and a half a day, I can get quite a lot done because I write very, very quickly. But it hasn't been the concentration point this year, but I will finish another book before the end of the year. Have to. And my wife, she just had her second book in her StarQuest series come out that have been surprisingly popular. I think she just did a book club and sold well over 3,000 copies of the first book, and now the second book's out and everybody's starting to buy that. It's kind of an homage to the old style Star Trek, where everybody was a good person, and maybe that's just what people need a little bit of right now. Not much science involved, but they're good books.
What's the name of that book?
The first one is StarQuest: The Beginning, and the second one is StarQuest: All That Remains.
Okay.
And the first one is still 99 cents because we haven't raised the price after the BookBub promotion yet. So if anybody's interested, that's a good one to start with her work. She's got a psychic detective series and a spy series we haven't started to publish yet. All things that she wrote over the years and just never got published. So that's also been fun for me because I know she's been mad at me ever since we first met because I wrote a Star Trek book that was one of my first published books. I didn't care about that because I don't want to write in other people's universes that much, and I ended up doing a lot of it. But all she ever wanted to do was write Star Trek books. So
have you
ever my attitude about it?
Yeah. Have you ever co-wrote a book together?
We've co-written a couple books together. We wrote a Stargate Atlantis novel together. That was called Brimstone, and we wrote one called Remember Bowling Green: The Adventures of Frederick Douglass, Time Traveler, where Ronald Crump and his cronies try to take over Bowling Green, Kentucky, and are stopped by a druggie and a couple of other normal people and Frederick Douglass, who's time traveling, trying to stop Donald Trump. Ronald Crump, sorry, don't get in trouble. All the money from that book goes to the ACLU. The whole author's share from the publishing company goes to the ACLU. Peter Burkrot did a great audiobook of it too. He's really good with the character.
Oh, that's really great.
Yeah.
How was that co-writing? Any frustrations?
Not really. Actually, I have collaborated a lot over my career. I have a whole collection out called Inner Musings, and in that book there's collaborations with Brian Keene, Mark Rainey, John Rosenman, just a pile of people that I've collaborated with over the years. Brian Hopkins and I have written together a ton, and I wouldn't call that frustrating, but both of us are very hard-headed, and both of us believe that we're better. So what we would do is we would write a chapter and send it to the other guy who'd rewrite it and go on from there. And then you'd see when you got it back the next time that the first guy went back and put back all the stuff you rewrote. Again. But eventually we ended up with stuff I think that was probably better and different than either of us would have written it. So that was probably my best collaboration. Trish is easy to collaborate with. We don't have any problems.
That's awesome. All right, we got another question. What new advertising tactics are you using due to COVID and the loss of conventions?
We're not really a convention-going company, so it's not affecting us really at all. I mean, it is. I would say the only thing that's really affected us is that most of the paperback sales that we've made over the years on the reprint books we've done, or even some of the newer ones, go to the authors who take them to conventions. And since the authors aren't going to conventions, they're not buying any books either. So we have while the ebooks and the audiobooks are doing much better this summer, the paperbacks, there were 2 months where we didn't have a single direct sale of a paperback book, of any paperback book, which is weird.
Yeah.
So as far as advertising, it's all online for us. We try to do as many BookBubs as we can because it's the only ebook thing that I've found that actually sells enough books to pay for itself. We don't do print advertising because I've seen no return that would prove to me that it's paying for itself either. It's hard. It's really hard to find a way that gets that one click in front of people. I think on the internet, if you can't click and buy it the minute you see it, it's gone.
Maybe you need to put your cats in it.
I've done that on Facebook. That works a little bit.
Anytime you put cute animals in something, it's going to get more views.
I complain about that sometimes. Hey, man.
How you doing? I just, something you said made me think of a question, so I thought I'd just pop in real quick and ask if that's okay.
Sure.
You mentioned BookBub, and now for those out there who are unaware of what BookBub is, it's basically a curated reading list that publishers and writers can market to that's specific to genre. My question was going to be that because my experience with BookBub has been fantastic. Like you said, I think it's one of the few things where you get a real return, like a significant return on your investment. Are there other tools like that, other sites like BookBub, or other, other means that publishers are using that maybe publishers are more aware of? Because I know BookBub is one of those things that, and I'm hesitant to, I want to word this right, but they do tend to, I find that it carries more weight if a publisher recommends you and gets you into BookBub than if a writer attempts to do it. What other tools do publishers use that are like BookBub?
There's a ton of them, but the problem is that most of them, and they cost a lot less money. I mean, that's one thing up front, just to let everybody know, BookBub's not cheap. If you put a thriller or a mystery in there or a nonfiction book, you're talking $1,000 just to get it, and that's if they choose you.
Right.
They rarely do. So you just got to keep pounding them. But there's a lot of them like Book Doggy and e-reader News Today. There's piles of these similar sites that run almost exactly the same way, but the difference seems to be that somehow these guys up front got a hold of a real marketing list, like from Amazon or something, of people who actually buy books. And most of the other sites have 50,000 authors trying to sell their books to other authors. So the sales are much, much lower. And I noticed like on some of them, like Book Doggy, it seems like if you have a romance novel, it's going to sell much better there than if you have a horror novel, because even though people have signed up for the horror list, they're just not buying them. But there's tons of those sites. Book Gorilla. Trying to think.
BookBub seems to be the most effective one, you think?
It's the only effective one as far as I can tell. I mean, every once in a while, e-reader News Today, if you get chosen like for their book of the day, every once in a while that site does pretty well, and it is a lot cheaper, but it's also hard to get chosen for that one. All the curated lists seem to do better. And that's the big difference between that, like in Book Doggy. If the date is open on that, you got it. You don't have, it doesn't matter what you're publishing.
Gotcha. So,
but yeah, I would really love to see somebody do something like that. You know, BookBub's trying to do something for audiobooks, but they went with that non-ACX, non-audible source for the book. So we can't use it at all because we're exclusive. And there's no way that they're making enough money on those books, cutting their royalties in half at Audible to be non-exclusive. So it's just, if somebody would come up with something like that for audiobooks, that would be awesome. I don't have time to do it.
That would be awesome, actually. All right, I'm going to bounce back out. Thank you. Thank you for answering my question.
So I'm always telling authors to be careful of all those sites out there that say, we'll tweet your book to our 10,000 followers, because you can get 10,000 followers on Twitter and only have one follower who's got 10,000 accounts.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky with like some paid advertising, definitely for on these social media sites, because you don't know how much it, you know, they can say all the numbers they want on how many people it's reaching, but you really don't know.
Well, that's another difference with BookBub. They have a chart, and they not only tell you what it costs for each genre, but they tell you their average expected sales or downloads on the. It's almost a break even. They set it at the point where you won't lose any money, probably. And very few times we have lost on them before, but not very often.
Yeah. So do you find that word of mouth is usually the best way for people to find out about the books that you are offering? Or do you think it's more of like a matter of like them coming across?
We try to push them out across social media, which seems to be where everybody's at. And it's hard, you know, it's hard even to get the authors sometimes to understand that if we have 300 authors, and we do, and if every one of those 300 authors mentioned the new Crossroad Press book to the people on their social media, that's a huge, huge number of people that will actually see it. But it's hard to get them sometimes to share their own books. So for them to share somebody else's is a trick.
Yeah.
Our page is growing in popularity, and hopefully that'll continue to be the case. Considering starting a group for Crossroad Press, but it's just a matter of finding the time to moderate it and do anything with it. We really got to find some interns, I think. Someone to help with that website and things like that.
I almost feel like social media for some people is becoming like a full-time job.
Yeah.
But for me,
it's hard to make sales that way. It's really, really hard to make sales that way. I mean, like you said before, I can post a picture of my cat and get 80 comments, and I can post a picture of my new book and hear crickets.
I know. I feel like he doesn't do it, but my husband Wes, who is also an author, I tell him constantly to post his, like if he's trying to post anything on his books or whatever, to put him next to one of the cats or dogs, and it'll probably get more attention. But
that's Nate, right?
No, Nate is not my. There are two Southerners in the. No, I'm with the more less famous one, Wesley. So Nate has some amazing stuff out there, though. But no,
that was just a guess.
I'm with the other Southern.
So you're the only other Southern that I've ever met. So I thought it was a good.
Oh. Yeah, go ahead, Mary.
I'm popping in with another question. I hope that's okay.
Stephen Kozanowski's questions, right?
Okay, we're just going to glide over Stephen Kozanowski's
That's I figured was the consensus.
One of the things that has come up in discussion before amongst other writers, and this may not be a question specific to Crossroads, but to publishers in general, and I'm just curious what publishers think about it, is other than, doing stuff on social media, promoting stuff on Twitter, promoting stuff on our websites, our Facebook pages, that kind of thing. What can writers be doing to help publishers push their own books? Like what would be an ideal marketing plan that writers could really help get involved in that maybe we're not thinking of because we don't think like publishers?
I wish that publishers had a good idea how to do that. And we have the same discussions. And everybody brings up, social media and branding and all that, but I don't really see any evidence that that's a huge push unless you can get that branding in front of a new group. If you could find a way to get people who've never heard of you to look at your webpage, then you might sell some books. But if all your friends are looking at your webpage, so that's why I was thinking my concept of sort of a web of authors is something I've been trying to push forever now, because almost all the authors have their own mailing lists, they have their own blogs.
Mm-hmm.
They have Facebook pages with groups. They have Twitter accounts and Instagram accounts. If there was a way to link those so that, you know, more people were spreading not just their own stuff over and over and over again, which probably bores people.
Right.
If there was a way to do that and use that to expand things. In the Navy, we used to have just the radar on one ship, and you knew what was in the range of that. And then they came out with a system where you had a console, and it picked up signals that came to you over radio from the radars on all of the ships in the battle group. And then all of a sudden, you could see everything any of those ships could see. If we could do something similar to that with authors, I think we would see an upswing in people finding new things. It's hard because people, you know, you still have the famous writers writing books 2 or 3 times a year. So they've already got those that they're going to buy. They're going to buy Neil Gaiman and Stephen King's new book, no matter what you do. And then among even our authors, there's authors like Brian. If we put out something by Brian Keene, it's going to sell. People are going to buy it. And then we put out something by Dan Foley, which is a really cool book, but it's harder because a lot of people from Nikon know who Dan is, and people from a ways back that know his paperbacks from when he was publishing before. But it's harder to sell that. And like Charles Phipps, you know, he's got his own huge army of people that read his books, but expanding that has proven to be a problem because they're all. We put his book up on NetGalley, The Psycho Killers in Love, and it's either 2 stars or 5 stars, and the 5 stars are clearly people who love social, you know, cultural jokes about Star Wars and everything all the way through the book, or people who just didn't see that coming in a psycho slasher book and don't get it. And to find other people that have never read any of his books before, put that in their hands and find people that are interested is really hard.
So basically, we kind of need to help each other. We need to sort of create a network of recommending the stuff that we like that fellow writers are putting out.
I think that would work. Now, I can't prove that that would work, but I believe it would.
Can't hurt. Definitely can't hurt.
Another thing we used to do, and I still own the site, and I'm not sure what to do with it. We had a place called Storytellers Unplugged, and we had 30 writers, and every one of us would post 1 day a month. You know, something.
I remember that, yeah.
That helped to drag people together. In fact, we met narrator Dick Hill was one of the people who posted there for a while, and he's probably one of the most famous book narrators ever, and ended up having him narrate books for us because I knew him from that.
Oh, cool.
So,
all right, I'm going to bounce out again.
It's possible to do things on the internet like that, but putting up your own webpage, your own blog, people are like, here's the link to my blog. I'm like, great. And you go there and there's your picture of your one book and your cat and nothing that changes every day. And even if there is a blog post, you have to understand why will I spend 5 minutes of my day every day coming here to see what you said? If you're Neil Gaiman, everybody wants to know what he said. If you're me, not so much. I have a lot of websites. I don't think anybody goes to any of them except the Facebook page.
Yeah, it's really hard to get, keep the attention of people nowadays. I wish I knew the secret, but I don't.
We have considered, or I have considered, putting together, a plan to create a book club where people would read a book, every month or whatever, and we'll send them all a free copy of that book. All they have to do is review it and talk about it. But even that's hard to get 20 people together to do that and actually read that book 1 time a month, or whatever. It's just hard.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great idea in theory, but yeah, to get them to finish the commitment of posting the review and discussing the book.
Yeah, I can run down all the different kinds of promotions. I mean, I've done the Rafflecopter things, saw no return on that. I gave away 100 ebooks on Goodreads. Didn't even get a single review, I don't think, on Amazon for all those that I gave away. We've done blog tours. We're spent probably wrote half a book worth of blog posts and things, and all those are set up with blogs that don't have a big enough circulation or readership that it just didn't matter that it was out there. Mm-hmm. You show up a lot on Google if you search your book's title, but nobody's reading any of it. So.
Do you ever talk to other publishers to bounce ideas off with them and create like a community that way?
We talk a lot. There's a few publishers that I speak with on Facebook a lot, and a few in email, but generally not really, because we're so much different than most of them, and we don't do things the way they do. I don't like to pay for advertising that I'm not absolutely sure is going to give us money back, because what we always have to explain to everybody is we only keep 20 cents of every dollar we make. So that means Dave and I get a dime, and when we do that, there's no overhead for going to, put a big print ad in the back of Cemetery Dance or whatever. And that's hard because other publishers are doing that. I don't know if they're getting return on it or not, or if they're just doing it because that's what everyone's always done.
Mm-hmm.
If I knew for sure that something like that was going to work, I would certainly give it a shot at least once and see. But for us, most of the money goes to the author anyway, and then we're out the money that we paid for the ad.
Yeah. So what's the name of your website for everybody, just so that they can see what you have and if they want to sign up for your email address?
Oh, it's just crossroadpress.com.
Okay. And then are you on as Crossroad Press on social media too?
We are. There's a Crossroad Press Instagram account, and then I've got my own Instagram account also. There's a Pinterest page that we keep up every once in a while. And actually, other people have started posting stuff to it, so it's kind of cool. I left it open for some of the authors to post to. We've got a Facebook page for Crossroad Press. We've got one for narrators where they can pick up projects for the audiobooks. And then I post a lot of stuff on my own page and then on my author page, which is probably all the same people. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, oh, my dog is, sorry if I hear my dog. I'm not touching him, and he just came downstairs, so he's crying.
Oh.
But
maybe he has a question.
Huh?
Maybe he has a question.
Oh, or do you have a question? Unless you have a treat, he doesn't care. But yeah, with social media and stuff, I try to keep up with promoting what I can, but sometimes it can be very toxic, so I'm not very good at being on social media. Yeah. I'm a very bubbly, if you haven't figured out, I giggle a lot, and I'm a bubbly person, so I don't like to be brought down.
Yeah. I get angry too easy, and I don't handle dumb people very well.
Oh gosh. So, the internet is not for you then.
I have a blocked list on Facebook that's, you have to scroll to read it a lot. But I get a lot of interaction out of the social media. I just don't find it a very good marketing tool. And it's weird because, people you work with or even other authors that you know really well, they, for some reason, tend to not read your books. And I know it's not just me. I know they do it to one another either, and it bothers me a little bit. I read all these people's books. I can when I have chance. But it seems like there's just some blockage, and either they don't have time, or they're not going to pick up a new book by someone. Maybe they are afraid they'll hate it, and then they'll have to say something. But yeah, that's okay too.
Yeah.
I've had the weirdest writing career. I have not a single negative Publishers Weekly review. I have all these wonderful reviews on all these books and won awards, and nobody reads them. I don't ever understand it.
Yeah, we have to definitely do what we can to try to bring it all back around for people to read. So, hi again, Mary.
I'm here again. I have one more question just to wrap things up. And it's kind of maybe like a, I don't know, sort of an overly obvious question, but I'm genuinely curious about it, I guess. Do you think that reviews, because I've heard what a lot of people think about this, but you mentioned reviews. Do you think reviews generally help book sales? And if so, reviews where? Because I've heard mixed things about, it depending on the number of reviews you have, that you want to have mostly good, but not all good, because then it looks like they're bots that are reviewing the books. Like, how do you think reviews, from a publisher standpoint, how do you think reviews really affect book sales?
I can tell you that since the only real positive result we've gotten for marketing is BookBub, that one of the things they look at is how many reviews you've got. Some of those other sites that I mentioned, like Goodreads and some, not Goodreads, but Book Gorilla, and some of those have a requirement for how many stars your book has to have, and it has to have at least like 5, reviews and get to a 4-star rating or whatever. To me, I don't know that the review itself actually sells anything. I mean, I don't know that I've ever bought a book because of somebody's review of the book.
Right.
But I have considered a book that if I saw it had 850 positive reviews, that I believe that a lot of readers enjoyed that book. And not just family and the publisher and everything. And I think people they don't want to do reviews of books because they think they have to write a book report. And I think the best reviews for selling things are like, this book was great. I couldn't put it down. 5 stars, fine. You don't have to say anything about the book. You don't have to say why you like the book. Say, love this character. Wish I could meet him in a dark alley or whatever. The worst kind of review says, I read all of Charles's books.
Right.
Yeah, 5 stars.
Exactly.
Nobody's going to get anything from that, because unless they know the person who reads all of Charles's books well enough to know that matters, then it's just a meaningless. And probably they'll get removed too. But yeah, they're important, and it's important to the writers too. And I think also, as a reviewer, I very rarely will review something if my thoughts on it are bad.
Yeah, me too.
I'll help people buy something, but I understand what it's like to get that negative review. I don't read my reviews anymore. I can help it.
That's a wise thing, for writers, not to bother to read the bad reviews, because
well, you can see what happens. I think it was Anne Rice that went in and started arguing with her bad reviews.
She did.
That's a really bad idea.
Yeah.
Never read the comments.
Well, thank you so much thank you, David, for being a part of the presentation today. And thank you, Katie, for stepping in and asking David some really great questions. I really appreciate you both coming on. For folks who are tuning in, the next publisher up is Death's Head Press. That'll be in 10 minutes at 4 o'clock. So thank you again.
Bye.
That's you. I can hear it. I can also hear it.
In a world filled with mind-numbing television programs, reality TV shows, and storyless books about teenage vampire love, John searches for something a little different. found just what he was looking for. Blood-bound books. Horror that breaks all the rules.
Just keep telling yourself, it's only a book. It's only a book.
Well, hello there, Jared.
Well, hello, Mary. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Great. Well, we are, folks, we are very lucky to have Jared from Death's Head Press here. and he's going to be talking about all the cool stuff that's coming up in the next year or so. And I'm going to get out of your way, but I just want to let folks know if you have any questions, you can type them right in the comment section. Just tag them questions so I can see them, and we'll pop them up on the screen for Jared to answer. Okay, take it away.
Okay, this is going to be me like talking for 50 minutes. So anyway, so as you know, we're coming. Death's Head Press is coming off a Splatterpunk victory. I'd like to thank all the fans and everything for that. My compadre Patrick Harrison III could not be here today, so he's I'm kind of on my own. But we've we pretty much focused 2020 on our Splatter Western series, which is doing quite well. We're on book 4 by Christine Morgan. The Night Silver River Run Red just got released, and then we premiered that collection with Wiley Young and the Magpie Coffin, and then Hunger on the Chisholm Trail by Mike Innenbach, and then Dust by Chris Miller. So it looks like we have a question by Wiley Young. Was that hat just hanging in your closet, or did you run down to the rodeo store? This is my everyday hat. I just felt it was fitting, since I'd be talking about the Splatter Westerns, that I wore it. This is my everyday wear hat. It's summer, so it's straw. We moved to felt after September 1st. I am Texan, and pretty much all of us own hats. So moving on from that engaging question. So the Splatter Western series, it started out as I think we had 9 books to start out with. We had we're going to do a 9 novella setup with that. But as the popularity grew, we added more authors. We have Kinsey Jennings of Reception fame. She's gonna be adding her Splatter Western, and let's see, we got Regina Mitchell Garza. She's gonna do one. We've got Chad Miller, C. Derek Miller. We also have, who else do we have? I mean, I lose track. Some of the newer. Oh, Patrick C. Harrison III is going to be doing one as well. So we have that one coming up. And we also we've added a few. We've added Brian Smith is going to be adding his particular style to the Splatter Western series, along with Christopher Triana, and Mr. Christopher Ruffy is going to also be doing one, and Chandler Morrison. So that's the 4 that we've added since it began, and we're looking to add a few more. I've put some feelers out to a couple of ladies that are fantastic writers, authors, and I owe them an email. I know that if they're watching, I will get that email out to you. And so we're gonna have many different voices for this series. And as far as coming up, we signed a contract with Mr. Matt Wilderson for his novella, and he's going to be teaming up with Mr. Brian Keene to do something towards the end of this year or the first part of next year. It's as of yet unnamed. It's not going to be part of the Splatter Western series. It's going to be a 2 novella book, just highlighting each author's particular styles. And we're happy to have Matt. I've read the novella myself, and it is fantastic, and I think everybody's going to love it. We are also in the works. We're going to be putting out the paperback edition of Mr. Wesley Southard's Cruel Summer, which recently came out by Thunderstorm as a hardcover limited edition, which sold out. And so we're looking forward to that. We still have a King Diamond tribute anthology that a couple of more authors have expressed interest in submitting stories to. So we've extended that a little bit. It was supposed to already be out, but we're still waiting on Mr. Ryan Harding is writing a story for that, and Christopher Triana just yesterday we were talking, and he would like to do a story, so we're going to include them. You've got Jeremy Wagner's in it, John Wayne Caminali. Let's see who else. I mean, Tommy Clark. There's just a lot of good names in there. And let's see who's that. Morgan Sylvia, she's in there. So look for that probably the first part of next year. We hope to have it out by March. So just 50 minutes of me talking. I mean, basically this year is, we have a question by Disheveled by Dawn. How many splatter westerns are planned? Well, like I said, we had 9 planned originally. Well, we've moved up to 13, and I think that we're going to increase that by at least 2. So we're looking at about 50. So I'm going to say 15, but that number could grow. It's not going to be any less than 15, but it could certainly be more than 15. We don't want to beat a dead horse, so we don't want to overdo it. We may still do weird splatter westerns, but in that series, we're probably going to end that series and move on, and so we could change the format up a little bit for them. So, all right. Any more questions? Because I mean, certainly you don't want to hear. Oh, well, there's Mary.
Hello, Mary. Question. I was actually I was curious. Actually, I have a couple of questions, but I don't want to take up all the questions for other people who might have questions. But one of the first things I wanted to ask, and we've been asking this of various publishers all afternoon, is what other creative methods of promotion and marketing have you been doing, especially in light of how COVID has kind of restricted our face-to-face contact, that sort of thing?
Well, I mean, we really haven't done anything different since COVID started. I mean, we're relying more on social media and some reviewers and everything we work closely with. They're helping to get the word out. But right now we're doing pretty well with word of mouth. We used to use a service, The Bold Mom. She does horror promotion. That's Mara Garcia. She's out of Spain. She was doing a fantastic job for us. But as COVID started, we had to tighten our belts like everybody did. So we had to start going at it on our own. And when we get back, flush and everything gets back to normal, we plan to use sites such as hers to promote it on social media. And we've been looking at magazines, sort of Fangoria. We're trying to get some ads in there, Cemetery Dance, just really the normal means. We're just wanting to intensify, the effect. We've tried BookBub. We've applied 4 or 5 times and been denied every time. So that's a pretty tough nut to crack there, the BookBub. But I've heard really good things about it. So we're venturing out into different avenues. We're going to be updating our website, doing more of our own online sales. But other than that, it's been business as usual. We're lucky with the Splatter Western series, which is the main thing we have going on now. Word of mouth has been spectacular, and we've seen a 100% increase in sales.
That's awesome. I actually have a question for you about the Splatter Western line, so I'm going to pop it up on the screen and pop out here for a sec.
All right. Is there a plan? Absolutely. Is there a plan for releasing horror works in between Splatter Western works, or is it just straight through the 15? We do plan on making some releases during the Splatter Western phase. Absolutely. Like I said, Cruel Summer's coming out by Wesley Southard. We've got Donald Armfield. We've got a book of his that we're going to put out, and Sisters of Slaughter have been talking to us about a collection of theirs, and Miss Christine Morgan has some more work for us. So yeah, we are going to be continuing to publish our normal work as well as the Splatter Western series. Absolutely. Yeah, I love Goat Whore. So I love this shirt. So anyway, so yeah, I mean, I didn't have a list of what we've got planned. We've got a lot of stuff planned. The King Diamond anthology is a labor of love for me that I really want to get out. And it's like I said, it's about 95% done. I mean, we've got the cover, we've got all the edits for the story. We just need to format it. We're waiting on 2 more stories. And if anybody out there who's a big King Diamond fan and an author, we would add some stories to it since we're already delayed in the production of that. I don't think another month or 2 is going to matter much either way. So
I have another question for you, actually.
Okay.
And it's about the Splatter Westerns. How did you lock into that as a subgenre to try out? Like where did the idea come from?
I have to give my partner Patrick C. Harrison III credit, 100% credit for the Splatter Western. It was entirely his idea. He came up with the idea, and this was probably in mid 2019. He came up with the idea, and I was not being a huge fan of Westerns at the time. You know, I was like, yeah, I mean, we can do it. But as we progressed and we got authors on board, my interest, you know, increased, of course. And so it was entirely his idea. He said it's time. You know, people had been talking about weird Westerns for a while and why they had disappeared for the most part. And we just decided that we wanted to do Westerns, but we wanted to do it on a more extreme level. And that's how the Splatter Western really came about. So, I mean, give him his props. He had a great idea, and it's mainly my job now to keep people's interest and to get on as the best authors we can on board for the series. All right, we have a question. How do you like the new Lamb of God album? I do not like the new Lamb of God album. Actually, I think my last good Lamb of God album would have been Resolution, and after that, I pretty much, I mean, I almost quit listening because I don't like what they're doing. That's my opinion on the new Lamb of God album, Wesley. So definitely, any questions y'all have of me, it doesn't have to be about books. You know, you could ask what color underwear I'm wearing, if I'm wearing any. I mean, I thought I could spend 50 minutes talking about the press, but it's seeming to get pretty difficult. But that said, press, we're going places. We got a real boost out of KillerCon. So we're loving that you're loving what we're doing. So we're going to double down and do more of it, and just careful not to overextend ourselves. But yeah, we want to publish good material, and I think that we're well on our way, and we're really indebted to the fans and to the authors that are working with us. I can't say that enough. We work with good people, and we focus on treating our authors with respect and paying them as much as possible. I guess I could go into that on how we pay our authors. I mean, sometimes we pay advances. That's individually negotiated, but in general, we give 50% of all monies back to the author. We allow our authors to buy their books at cost. We don't charge them. We don't upcharge them for their own book, so they have the ability to sell them on their websites and make a little money. So. All right. How did you get into this line of work? Well, that's a good question too. I mean, I had the idea for the Ann Hell Followed anthology, and I was trying to put it together, and I didn't really know anything about, other than being a fan, about how this works. So I had the idea for the book, an anthology based on the Book of Revelation, and I was friends with a few authors, and so I Patrick C. Harrison, we were friends on Facebook, and we had talked because we were a member of a couple of other groups, so we had spoken before, and I had invited him to do a story for the anthology, and he was like, "Well, who's putting it out? Who's publishing it?" So, we got to talking, and we decided that in order to have some legitimacy and for people to take you seriously, you actually had to be an entity. You had to start your own press. So we came up with Death's Head Press, and it just really snowballed from there. We were born pretty much at KillerCon 2018. We went in it with a banner, a really shitty banner, some business cards, and the idea for And Hell Followed. And we hit up a lot of authors during that KillerCon. A lot of them are in the book. Some of them were not there, of course, but that's really how it was based around that one book. And then it just snowballed from there. And people dug what we were doing, and the authors took us seriously, and that helped a lot. And we rolled from there, and that's it. All right. Is Justin doing the covers for all the Westerns, even the ones that you're adding? Absolutely. Justin will be doing 100% of the Splatter Western series, the covers for those. For the main reason is it's a series, and we want to keep the continuity of the style on the covers. So if someone, a collector, wants all of the books, then there's a certain look to them all. So yes, absolutely. Justin's going to do all of those. Thank you. Good question, Katie. All right. Can you tell us anything about Pandemonium by Ryan Harding? Man, I'm glad you asked that, because I forgot to mention that we had the Ryan Harding, Lucas Mangum collaboration Pandemonium coming up. I can't really tell you a lot about that right now because I don't know a lot about it right now, because it's in progress. We've just recently signed that on, and admittedly, I've just scanned over the manuscript. So there's not much I can tell you other than we do have it. We will be putting it out soon. It's still in the very early stages. We want to get it out by the end of the year, sort of maybe around mid-December. But both of those authors, I have a lot of respect for. Ryan Harding is one of the guys that I can credit for, basically giving me the love of this genre. His books were a mainstay for me, and meeting him and talking to him have kept me in the game and got me interested in doing more. So, and Lucas is such a great guy, great author. We did a small con together here in Houston. It was a total disaster, but we had a good time. So, really good human being, and we like working with decent human beings. So, and we try to be decent human beings ourselves.
Hi, I'm back again. I have a question. You mentioned an upcoming novella, I believe, by Matt Wilderson. And since Matt is our technical wizard, you said it was a project with Matt and Brian. Could you tell us, what can you tell us about that project?
Again, that project is in the very early stages. We have Matt's manuscript for his story, and I read it. I'm not going to give away anything about it. I mean, Matt can push that if he wants, but and I do believe this is his first work that he's sent to a publisher. We are honored to have it, and honored to be to bust his cherry in that regard. It's a fantastic novella. Is all I can tell you. The style is impeccable. I mean, so let me get a little further into that before we go into that future work. Because these splatter westerns have been taking up a lot of my time, and I wasn't prepared for any other questions, really, to be honest.
It's okay.
All I can tell you is that we have it. It's fantastic. You guys are going to love it, and we are proud to have Matt, and definitely proud to have Brian on board. I've been chasing Brian for a long time. A long time.
I like the idea that your publishing company is open to both, experienced writers and newer writers. It's got to be a real thrill, I would imagine, to discover somebody, new, where you're like, woo, this is, I found this person first. There's got to be some excitement there, right?
And there's absolutely some excitement there. I mean, in that, it's hard to say which is more, an experienced author coming in and wanting to work with your press, or a new author that that people are going to love coming in on board. Like, say, take Kinsey Jennings, for instance, reception that we signed her at KillerCon 2018 as well. Mr. Jeff Strand, really great guy as well, recommended her to us, and we signed her. So that was very exciting. Wiley Young, of course, he's a relatively newcomer, and just, allowing these people to express themselves and giving them a platform to put their work out is very fulfilling. And seeing the public embracing these authors is, I can't describe the feeling. It is like, I guess it is like watching, like baby birds leaving the nest. I don't know how to describe that, but it gives you a sense of pride knowing that these guys are going to outgrow your press soon enough and be chased by some really big boys. And you want that. And we want that for all our authors. We want, some of the big five coming in and stealing them right out from under us. To us, that's success. Their success is our success. Ooh, the Dark Stars anthology. Wesley Southern. I am going to have to get you for that question. Any word on the Dark Stars sci-fi anthology? Well, that has been put on the back burner, admittedly. I have no word on when that's going to be released. And actually, I think Tor is coming out with an anthology of the same name. So we may have to punt on that one and come up with a new name. So that's all I can say on that. Somebody's going to use the name, and more power to them, because we didn't do anything with it for a while. I think we're going to have to do something different on that one. Matt, you can always thank us for the chance, because we thank you for wanting to work with us and trusting us with the little pieces of your soul that you've entrusted to us. So no thanks is necessary. What is the process for coming up with book covers? Are the artists given free rein to do what they want? Well, in a way, yes. That we'll give a basic idea, but we feel that artists are good at what they do. If they weren't good, we wouldn't be seeking them out to do a book cover for us. So we do give them a lot of free rein. Of course, we have the final say on what they come up with, and sometimes we tweak their ideas to what we want more, what our vision was. But with guys like Justin T. Coons, they nail it on the first time. We give them the reins, and they never let us down. Don Noble has done a lot of our covers. You can't go wrong with him. Justin T. Coons, Daniela Bathsheba did the cover for Dead Inside, and they all nail it on the first go around. So there's been very few times that we've said no to the covers that our artists give to us. And yeah, so we do give a lot of free rein. We give a lot of free rein to all our artists. That includes the authors. And when it comes to covers, the author has the final say to us in the cover. If they don't like it, we don't like it. So they're involved in the process from the get-go. So you're a good man, and you and Patrick took a chance on me. I've been grateful ever since. What in Canada time? You know what, Wiley? Again, just like Matt, we owe it all to you guys. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. So it's us that thank all the authors out there and all the fans. I don't even know what else to say. I mean, it's all because of you guys that we're still here.
I thought of another question I'd like to ask, if that's cool.
It is totally cool.
We had discussed a little earlier about how now that there's not so much of a rigidity in having to put a certain genre on the spine of a book, that there's been a lot more blends. And I believe, like the horror Westerns is a good example of a blend of two genres that maybe people might not have thought, would have worked together, but they do. Is Death's Head planning on doing any other kind of blended genre type stuff in the future that would be along the lines of your horror Westerns?
It is actually, we're brainstorming and throwing stuff up against the wall right now on what we can do that's a little out of the ordinary. So yeah, you can absolutely see something from Death's Head Press really soon. That's kind of out of the ordinary, and I guess I can say a little bit about it now. It sort of blends comedy and bizarro, which of course bizarro is comedic anyway, but we're going to do a parody of sorts with Brian Assman and Danger Slater as the editors on this. They had the idea on Twitter, and we were joking around about it. It's called Boinking Bizarro. So so all the authors are taking on pen name, non de plumes, like you saw one at KillerCon, Stephen King. That is going to be part of that Bizarro book, and it's and it started out as a joke, but I like the idea, so I said let's do it, and we're doing it. So it's going to be a little bit out of the ordinary. Is it going to be horror? No. Is it going to be bizarro? Yeah. Is it going to be comedy? Yeah. So just look for that. So we're looking at many different avenues. We don't want to be put in any kind of box. We love the extreme horror. We love blood and guts, but we love good writing above all. If people want to read it and we want to read it, we want to publish it.
Well, see, that leads to another question about that, is that we're noticing a lot of flexibility with publishers. I mean, originally, when we announced the Expo, it was a focus on horror, but there have been a lot of publishers coming out and talking about the flexibility and the creativity of being able to do that kind of thing, to branch out a little bit. Do you think that, especially for a small press, that's important to have that kind of flexibility in looking outside a genre, or being able to, blur the lines between genres in order to put out quality fiction?
I think it's gonna be a survival thing. I think everybody's gonna have to, and where we're at today in publishing and in books as a whole, I think it's going to be critical to the survival of any press to be flexible. You've got your old school stalwart presses that do one thing, and they do one thing really well. I mean, they've been around a while; they'll make it. But for new guys like us, I think the flexibility is critical. I think you've got to fish for your market in a way. People may like this one day, and then they're coming over here. So it's almost like trolling. I mean, you have to go where the interest is, and in a way, I mean, to me, that it's just critical. I mean, we're never going to publish any cookbooks or anything like that, but all of our stuff is going to have a dark slant to it, but you can find darkness anywhere, and we want to explore the darkness in other genres, so I don't know if that answered your question, but
yeah, no, absolutely. And I have one other question that I'm going to bounce out so other people can ask questions, but if you were going to give advice to other publishers just starting up, what would be maybe like the 2 or 3 most important things that you'd want to get across to them?
Okay, what you got to go into it. I mean, we all go into this thinking we're going to have the next bestseller and that people are going to love it. But the main thing is to manage your expectations on what you're going to do starting off. Manage those expectations and realize that you might not sell as many as you think you're going to sell right off the bat. And people aren't just going to give you rave reviews right off the bat, but you just got to stick with it, and realize that this is small indie publishing. And if you sell 100 copies of your first book, the first month, that's a success. That means 100 people wanted to read what you've got to put that in perspective. And more book sales will come as people get your name. So managing your expectations is one thing. And also you've got to not overextend yourself. You're going to want to publish everything that you get. You got to learn to say no right off the bat. No. And that's really, it sounds easy to do, but it's very hard to do, because you think that it's all a great idea and you want to publish it all. You got to focus and start small and work your way up from there. Don't overextend yourself. And third thing is to never forget to enjoy yourself doing this. Don't make it such a chore that it gets to be where it's work and you dread doing it. So definitely make it fun. Interact with your authors in a positive way. Learn to compromise, because we're all in this because we want to be in the genre and be part of it. Money isn't everything. It's great, but you've got to give back. You've got to give to your authors. You've got to give to the people that have helped get you to where you are, as small as that may be. You've got to. So you just got to respect everyone. Respect is a real big thing too. Respect everyone, and you will be shown respect. So, and always give credit where credit is due. So that's all I can say to that. So, all right, Wesley says as an author, he's we're incredible professionals, which nobody's ever called me that before, but like all of our authors, like Wesley and Kinsey and Wiley, I consider them friends, and I consider them part of my family. And in doing that, you don't want to do your family wrong, and I don't want to do any of these guys wrong. I want their success is my success, even if it's with a different publisher. When they come out, because we don't do exclusives, where you can only work for us. I love seeing our authors do different things and be successful at whatever they do. To me, that's very fulfilling, and it's a very good reason to stay in it, is to see them flourish. I've still got 17 minutes left, so we better start getting some questions. So here we go, Mary. Thank you. You save me all the time. I love seeing you pop up on my screen, Mary.
I'm just I'm popping in just to remind folks, if you want to ask questions, you can just type them right into the comments and we'll put them up on the screen for Jared to answer. If you could tag them question, that'd be a big help. Then we just so I don't miss anybody's questions. Okay, I'm gonna pop right out because I think there's some questions on their way.
Okay, good. And Mary, was asking me about what to do. A big thing is don't be scared to approach people. Because authors, even, best-selling authors, they're just people, and they will talk to you. If you treat them with respect and you ask them, questions, you'll get answers. If you want to work with an author and you want them to work for you, with you on a book, don't be afraid to ask. I mean, you'll be surprised what a little talking will accomplish. I mean, it just does great things. What do you think? Why do you think there is a rise in horror westerns? Well, I think horror westerns had a bit of success earlier on, and I think they kind of died away. Any new material or any, I don't even want to say new material, but I think people are just ready for horror westerns. I think the western genre is a wide open market, and when you mix that with horror, it's a win-win thing. So that's why I think people are just ready. They're ready for something different. We all love zombies, we all love vampires, and we all love that stuff. But it's been a while since we've read about Wendigos or ancient creatures on the dusty trail. I just think that people are ready, and I think it's the right time for the Western to come out. I mean, people are at home, they're reading a lot more, and they want a wide selection of what they're reading. So I think that has a lot to do with the success, is kind of people being a captive audience right now. So there you go. What personally draws you to the horror genre? I've always been drawn to the horror genre ever since I was a little kid. I loved scary movies. I loved, I was lucky enough my parents didn't censor what I read. I mean, I wasn't allowed to watch rated R movies, but I was allowed to read anything I wanted to from the time I could read. So, starting in third grade, I was picking up Stephen King, Dean Koontz, and whoever else I could get. There's a lot of authors I don't remember that I've read their books, but I just think that there's a darkness inside me that resonates with the darkness in these books. I mean, I'm a great person, at least I think so, but there's just a darkness that I'm attracted to, and that's it. I'm not a violent person, but I love to read about it. Any future anthologies planned? Absolutely. We have the King Diamond anthology, which, like I said, that's in the works. And we're wanting to do a follow-up to And Hell Followed, and we want to call it And Hell Remains. So we want to definitely explore that theme a little bit more. Sort of like the Book of Revelation, you focused on what's happening at the time. We want the new anthology to focus on after the fact. What's the world like after that? What's going on? So yeah, that's in the works. Other than that, we haven't thought too much about it. Well, Katie, having so many conventions canceled was a real bummer. We were really looking forward to KillerCon this year. We were hosting another party. We had a few tables, so we were really looking forward to it. It's been a real downer having all these conventions canceled. It's been great doing these online conventions, but there's nothing like meeting the people you enjoy reading in person. And having that camaraderie. Yeah, I miss the camaraderie. I miss seeing people. I miss talking to them. I miss shaking their hands. I miss hugging them. I miss telling strangers about our books that they're looking at on our tables. So I miss that. I miss interaction. I miss humanity for once. So it's funny. Well, Wesley, you know the answer to this one. There's only one more so far has not been canceled, and that is Scarefest in Lexington, Kentucky, which we all know is, I think we've got, Death's Head Press is going. And that's October 23rd to the 25th in Lexington, Kentucky, by the way. If you can make it, make it. It's a good time. So we've got you and Katie, possibly. We've got Wiley Young and his lovely wife going. We have me and my lovely wife. Patrick is going to try to make it. I think John Wayne Comunale is going to tag along. And Jeremy Wagner is going to be there with us as well. So we've got is Chris Miller going as well? I don't know, but we've got a full caravan going up to Kentucky in October if that still stays active. Clive Barker's supposed to be there. A lot of great talent. So that we're going to do that one big. If that's the only convention we get to do this year, we are going to do it in style. So be prepared. Hopefully it doesn't get canceled. But Scarefest, if nobody's been to Scarefest in Lexington, Kentucky, there's not a whole lot of authors and book sales there yet, but I think we're going to change that because John Wayne Comunale and myself went last year and had a table together, and we blew that place apart. I mean, we had a really bad table that we thought, but it turned out that it was right where everybody had to walk through, and we did a really good brisk business, and we met a lot of really good people, a lot of good fans. It was just a good time. So this year we're going to be inside with the big boys at a real table, and we're going to be right across from the talent. So y'all come on by Lexington, Kentucky, October 23rd to the 25th, if it's still ongoing.
I have another question for you. You mentioned a couple of times that you signed writers or found writers that you wanted to sign at conventions, and that you do pretty good business also at conventions. Where, I guess like when people pass by the table, like you said, and you can sort of hand sell them, I guess. Right. There have been questions, I think, in the past as to whether or not conventions were really useful for industry professionals anymore because we had so much online interaction. But it sounds to me like conventions really are very useful to you personally. Would you agree? Would you think I agree. Valid that way?
I agree 100%. I mean, we do a brisk online business just like everybody else, but at conventions, the interaction you get with fans, because online you can't hold your book to them and express your feelings, online about this book, while you're holding it. And I found that, I'm pretty personable in real life. I'm not very good online. But if I put you in front of my table, I can sell you. I can sell you one of my books because I'm that passionate about my books and our books, I should say, that I can sell them. And I love interacting with the fans. I love their facial expressions and everything that goes along with it. When you explain to them what your book's about, they're like, oh my goodness, I didn't know there was anything out there like this. And I love giving stuff away to people at random when they walk by. I see you've walked by my table 10 times and you've had your eye on that book. Why don't you take a copy of this book and then blah, blah, blah. So I like making people happy, and I like interacting with other authors. And yeah, we have signed quite a few. We didn't sign them at the convention, but we set it up to sign them later. We let them know who we were and that we're out there. Mm-hmm. It's easy enough to send somebody an email. You're like, hey, I'm Jared with Death's Head Press. But there's no real connection there. You're making a connection in person. And that's what's really important, is making that connection. Because when you shake a man's hand or you shake a woman's hand and you let them know who you are and that you're not some scary, scammy, creepy dude, you have more of a chance of them wanting to work with you,
Yeah, yeah, definitely. So, COVID, like in a perfect COVID-free world, then, because I know that COVID's put a lot of restrictions on, that kind of thing. As a publisher, then you'd recommend to writers that it's in their best interest probably to actually at some point have that face-to-face interaction with people? Like, would it be something you'd encourage your writers to do in a COVID-free world?
I absolutely would. And most of our writers, our authors, they go to conventions with us. I don't think I've been to one convention where we haven't drug along at least two of our authors to our table, you know, to help sell their books as well as our books. So yeah, to any new authors out there or any established authors that have been kind of, you know, on the fence about it, get out there, you know, meet the people that are reading your books, you know, meet other people in the industry. It's invaluable. You can gauge a lot of things about a lot of people by meeting them in person and the type of people that they are. Do you want to work with them? Do they want to work with you? So it's, you know, it's easy to fool somebody online, you know, with just typing in words. But when you get the emotion and the feeling in person, it's a whole different ball game. And I think you get a whole different measure of people, and you can judge better. I think you can be a better judge of character when you meet somebody in person. And and like I said, getting out and meeting the people that are actually buying your product,
right,
and encouraging new fans. There's no way to put a value on that. Even if you don't make, you know, hundreds of sales, these people are going to remember you.
Yeah.
And they're going to know who you are.
There's few pleasures. I think it's such a solitary endeavor when you're writing. And I think that there are a few things that really validate that experience, like somebody coming up to you and saying, I just read your book and I loved it, you know, and I just wanted to meet you because I just loved your book. So I'm going to pop another question up. And a note to folks out there watching, we can maybe take one or two more questions. But, you know, just type them in the comment section, tag them question, and we'll get them up there.
All right. So any memorable experience from past conventions? Actually, yes. My most memorable experience was actually an embarrassment to me and a slight to one of my heroes. During KillerCon 2018, when we got started, I volunteered to do a reading. I've never done a reading before. I had written things before, but never to read to an audience. So I wrote a little something. It was horrible. I mean, it was terrible. But there were like 9 or 10 people in the crowd, only because they were waiting on the next, like, actual talent to be there. But I looked at, I tried to make eye contact with everybody, but I was out of my element. I was very nervous. Did a very poor reading. I just kind of mumbled my way through it. And at the end of it, I just really wanted to get out of there because I was beat red. So, I shook a few hands, but there was a guy standing there who apparently wanted to shake my hand, and I just blew past him. And it turned out that was one of my very favorite authors, Ryan Harding, and I had totally snubbed him and didn't realize who he was, because that's the first time I'd ever seen him in person, or I'd never seen any pictures of him or anything. So I went to Matt Shaw's table after that, and there's this tall guy with glasses again, and I was like, man, here's this guy again. I remember vaguely, but then I found out it was Ryan Harding, and I was just mortified. And I'm still trying to make up for that. So Ryan, if you're listening, I'm so sorry that I did that. It was one of my favorite things that you came to my reading. So that's it. That's as memorable as it gets.
I think at some point we've all done that. I think the first time I met F. Paul Wilson, I accidentally knocked his drink out of his hand.
I was completely mortified. I was like,
yeah. Because I was very animatedly talking, and I think I just knocked his drink out. He just kind of looks down and goes,
You're right. Another memorable experience is meeting Edward Lee, the Godfather. And just really seeing how everybody gets along at these conventions, how these are just normal people. You put them on these pedestals, but when you get them in person, they're just normal people that want to talk to you just as much as you want to talk to them.
Absolutely. Writers are a bunch of nervous folk too. So it's all good.
I did. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, I was like, meeting Brian Keene was kind of a thrill too. In the morning when he didn't have his coffee, trying to sell him.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was rough. So
Brian is an experience. It definitely
it was an experience. And if you ever get to KillerCon and you want to meet authors, that's the place to do it.
Yes. Yeah, it's a great convention. Well, Jared, I want to thank you so much for doing BuzzBook Expo. It was really great hearing everything that's coming out from Death's Head Press. I really appreciate you participating this year. Thank you.
I appreciate being invited, and hopefully we'll do this again next year.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Take care.
All right. Bye, everybody. Thanks.
Okay, folks, we have coming up next, we have Bad Hound Press at 5 o'clock. So we're going to take a little 10-minute break and play you some ads that are pretty cool. And then we will see you at 5. Don't mind my scrolling.
Hi everyone, my name is Heather. I'm the host of the podcast. The premise of the show is I interview horror authors as a brand new reader. Not only do I get to learn more about them, but I get to learn more about their catalog. Aside from there, absolutely. So, this is three things to discover the best things to do and to learn about new artists in the time as well. I have interviewed different authors, Brian Keene, Gary Giovanni, Tim Evans, Simon Clark, John Stevens, and many more. I also interviewed artists that have been covered, Brianna, Aaron Fry, Andy Jennings, Donald Costelli, and just recently I had two for author for best novel, for Steve Wilson. So I am available on all platforms. You can find me on the Teams or Podbean. It's a podcast, and I have the RSS feed that links to all the podcast services that you enjoy. I am also on all social media, like Instagram and Twitter. It's at Pod, and I do have some things that you can like as well. Sorry, I'm not good at but I really hope you give it a listen and find some great new artists, and I really hope you enjoy it. Thanks, everyone.
They're not here.
Hello, hello. How are you?
How are you? Pretty good, thanks.
Mary St. Giovanni, where are you?
Everybody? I'm here. You can't see me? I'm here.
There you are. I can see you. How you doing, Mary?
Pretty good, thanks.
Good.
How are you doing?
I'm doing
well,
excellent.
I'm not going to hold
doing
you up.
Very well.
Oh, good, good.
Okay.
Everyone, this is Rob from Bad Hound Press, and he is going to tell us about what's coming out. I'm going to hop out.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rob from Bad Hound Press. Bad Hound Press. Listen, I was informed that Mary St. Giovanni was an interview, so really I'm going to have to interview myself. So, here we go. Rob, who are you and what are you doing here, Rob? I'm Rob Arella. If you listen to Brian Keene's podcast, which you should, he sometimes refers to me as Autism Bad Rob Arella because I discovered autism, and we make guitars together. That's just two in behind me, actually. And we made one for Brian Keene, and he does his best trying to play it, and it adds a little bit of fun, hopefully, to his podcast. But, yes, in addition to that, I've always been a lover of horror, writer of horror stories, and around 2010, I was looking for a publisher for my first horror novel, and I decided, let's go the old self-pub route. So we started Giant Dog Books, which was for our nonfiction stuff. I'll show you right here. Autism Dad 1, followed by Autism Dad 2, and then Autism Dad 3. So I've published all these through Giant Dog Books. But then I was really wanted to get into fiction. So I self-published my first book under Bad Hound Press, which was Hangman's Jam, a novel about rock and roll horror. And, you know, like most self-published books, it kind of just languished around. But things really kicked into gear around 2015. Bad Hound took it to another level. I started reaching out to some authors I knew. I've been a writer. I worked for newspapers for 30 years and magazines for 20 years. I've known a lot of art directors. I've known a lot of writers. So I started reaching out to some of the people I knew. And what I really want Bad Hound to be, what it's trying to be, is more of an artist collective where it's artists with a certain skill working to support each other. Kind of the way Charlie Chaplin and Douglas Fairbanks did when they founded United Artists back in the early days of Hollywood. I think it would be great to have artists supporting other artists and deciding how their work is produced and marketed. Anyway, so that's what we're trying to do. And I reached out to a friend named Clifton Holmes, who's an excellent writer, filmmaker. He introduced me to a guy named Dominic Wilde, who is an incredible cover artist. And our stuff really started taking on a really professional look. And I don't want to sound arrogant here, but we're at the Book Buzz, so what are we supposed to do? But I think our stuff looks as good as anybody's, including, you know, the big guys, Random House, Simon & Schuster. Our covers are good. You know, our covers are good, and I have a team now of professional editors, proofers. So our stuff is coming out as good as anything, I would say. We put out interesting stories. They always have a horror bent. But they do cross genres quite a bit. What's coming out next, Rob? Well, I'll tell you, Rob on a stick. The next thing we have coming out in January of 2021 is a book by a new author, Tom Brand. It goes by G.T. Bram. I read an early version of this book a couple of years ago, and he has revised it quite a bit. It's called Lord Teardrop, Dreams of the Sun. And it's a mixture of a spy thriller,
with serious horror elements to it. Lord Teardrop, the main villain, is a mad scientist. A mad scientist like we haven't seen since maybe like a Herbert West Reanimator or the guy from the Human Centipede. This is an out there mad scientist, and I love the mad scientist trope in general. So look at this cover. I really like what Dominic Wilde has done with this cover. You could see it's kind of got a Dave McKean look from the old Sandman comics, mixed media. Lord Teardrop, Dreams of the Sun. I think we might have a trailer for this or a book cover or something. We'll show it to you later. But anyway, this is what's coming out in January. And again, love this cover. Love what he's done with it. Let me go this way with it. You can see there's a little story to be told in each of the little boxes. There are international spies. There's a secretive Muslim clan. Although this woman here, this character, is a Muslim wife of a non-Muslim journalist, and she is quite a character. She actually is a driving force in the novel. So she's not what you would consider your stereotypical, Muslims being the bad guy in this novel. It really has a lot of twists and turns. I would say this novel is kind of a mix of James Bond and Indiana Jones. It takes place in a fictional country called Tangeria. Now, to me, Tangeria, reading it feels very sub-Saharan African to me. But Tomet, it's G.T. Bram, he reminds me that could be any third world country that's jungly, hot jungle environment. But to me, it seems like it's sub-Saharan Africa somewhere. And and Tangeria itself is a character. It's almost like has like a Casablanca feel, where it's like this magical land where anything can happen because it's so kind of lawless, untamed. And it allows for an evil villain like Lord Teardrop to have quite a playground. So Lord Teardrop, Dreams of the Sun. I'm excited about this one. This is a new author, G.T. Bram. And I think you're going to like that. What else? And next we got coming up is a sequel of mine. But you know what? I'm not going to talk about that. Let me talk about Clifton Holmes' stuff. Because Clifton, he really has, as I think, elevated our line. Clifton Holmes he writes under C.L. Holmes. He's written a series of books called, the series, he refers to it as The Count at Play and Slaughter. It's a revisiting of the Dracula tales, but not Dracula. It's more, to me, it's the Amalia series, because there's a girl named Amalia in it. And to me, it feels very much like a Hammer horror combined with like a romance, there's a paranormal romance, because like any good vampire fiction, there's got to be a little bit of sexual tension between the Count and his beloved. Although Emelina is a servant to the Count, and she takes him on some very odd journeys through various visits in the medieval Europe. There are some, again, this wouldn't quite pass as a paranormal romance because there is some graphic violence in there. The Count can be troublesome. He's got a little bit of an anger issue, and seems to have the strength of an army and can wipe out an army single-handedly if he'd like to. But he's also troubled when it comes to affairs of the heart. He seems to be a little confused there. Like so many men, right? Let's see. Just checking my notes. Let me show you some of these covers, because again, this really highlights, I think, some of the talent that we have going here at Bad Hound. This is the first book, Emelina and the Secrets of the Wailing Castle, Episode 1. of the Count at Play and Slaughter. Now, you can get these on, Amazon, wherever books are sold. The reason I printed this out is because I really like what he's done with the spine here on the wraparound. I'll show you. This is episode 1, right? This is episode 2, and Melinda at the Palace of Pleasure, right? Pretty cool cover. And Melinda in the Midnight Gift is also the 3rd volume. Now, what I like what Dominic Wilde has done here that I think is pretty cool. I mean, these spines have an old kind of book club look to them, right? And then on each one, they kind of decay a little bit. They're starting to break down. 3rd one, very cracked. Very cool. So these are just, again, they're a step above to me. I haven't seen that kind of attention to detail in a lot of these smaller press titles. So I'm impressed with ourselves with what we've done here at Bat Hound. I think it's good stuff. Those 3 books are a series. I think Clifton told me there may be 5 books in the series. I'm not sure, but there will be another. The 4th installment of the Count at Play and Slaughter will be coming out in 2021. I don't have a cover yet on it, but you should definitely go check out the first 3 volumes. They're very lush. Clifton writes with a real, like a sense of Dickens kind of feel to it. So that it's very detailed characters. They're very lush settings. There again, there's like a romance feel to it just because it's so sensual, I guess you'd want to call it. And I really think it's a special series. It's an odd combo of paranormal romance and with bursts of hyper violence and a lot of intrigue too. A lot of intrigue because it's basically a young girl living in a castle who has to serve a beastly master. So in that way, it's very Disney-esque, especially the 2nd volume, The Palace of Pleasure. And Melinda spends a lot of time in the castle's library. And so you get this Belle and Beauty and the Beast kind of feel to it. Except it's just incredibly violent. So in that way, it's not very Disney. Let me say we got something else that Clifton did. Let me get a picture. He put out this book. He has directed a movie called Pagan Holidays, and he wrote this novel as a tie-in to it, Pagan Holidays. Again, great cover by Dominic. You can hold it the right here. So you can see most of it. And this is a tie-in. You can get it on Vimeo on demand. Go to Pagan Holidays, and you can stream it for a couple of bucks. And then you can go buy this cool movie tie-in book. It's very good. And you know what? This is another thing I want to mention about our director, Dominic, is that he does very cool front pieces for our book. This one is kind of got like a cool clockwork effect. So you can how it is. Kind of dig it. Nice covers, nice backs, nice spines. That's what I'm talking about. Good stuff. So this is, I would recommend this highly. Pagan Holidays. Check out the movie tie-in. All right. Now, Clifton has also written 2 books called Our Great Abbess. Now, when he introduced these to me, I was like, we got to find a different title. We got to call it the Terrified Nuns or something, because Our Great Abbess is a hard title. But you know what? We stuck with it because it is about our great abbess. Again, this book takes place in Middle Ages, in a secluded nuns secluded in a European mountainside convent abbey, and the great abbess runs the abbey. But it is a time of plague, and the people are starving. And some marauders come to the abbey, and they say to our great abbess, I'm going to take you as my woman and make you my concubine. and I will spare the abbey if you allow this. And our great abbess sends the marauder away. But then she talks with her fellow sisters and realizes that they are starving there. They need protection. So she decides to go for it. So she goes to the lair of the marauder and offers herself to him. And the marauder says, "Oh, no, that deal's off the table. What I'm going to do now is spare you and take every nun in the abbey and make them concubines for my entire army." And from there, the terror just grows. It's very unpleasant tale, but told in such a way that you just get swept up in it. It's beautiful. Anyway, here's the covers here. This is Our Great Abbess, Volume 1. Tabitha. This book follows a couple of different abbesses. Tabitha is the first that you really get a good insight into, and she is a real badass. She's a survivor, undergoes some physical trauma, emotional trauma, and she's a winner. She comes out the other side. Then it's followed up by this much thicker Volume 2, The Miracle of the Mountain. Things get very strange in this book. There's a lot of weird side stories that happen. One of my favorites, and this is pretty sick, but two of the nuns are told, two of the young sisters, Noviates maybe they're called. Anyway, they're told that a third girl has pearls that she can produce from her vagina. And so the girls don't believe this, so they wait till the other girl's asleep and they check and they don't find any pearls. But they decide that maybe they're a little deeper. Maybe they should get some tools, some knives, some knitting needles, and just dig in there and see if they can find the pearls. It's a pretty interesting book. I really think people would enjoy it. Again, Clifton's style is very lush, very Dickens-like. It's easy to get swept up in. Let me see if I got anything else on Clifton here. Again, I'd highly recommend The Count. I'd highly recommend these Our Great Abbess books. They are fantastic. They have, again, if you're looking for like a Lansdale, Joe has amazing, quirky characters that you just want to revisit. I think that's Clifton's strength. He really creates some amazing characters that people are going to want to revisit over and over again. So I'm pushing him to do another volume of Our Great Abbess. And if he could tie the Our Great Abbess into the Count series, he would be my hero. Because with these Count books, again, they take place maybe in a similar time, Game of Thrones, kind of oldie-timey medieval. So they could possibly be taken together and put together. And let's see, we got that, we got this, we got what else would you like to talk about, Rob? Plug your own stuff. Well, if you insist, Rob, on a stick, I will plug my own stuff. The next thing I have coming up from stuff is a book called The Mud Woman. Now, this is a sequel to a book I put out. When did I put this out? 2018, called The Mud Man. The Mud Man is set, as it says here, a novel of Franz Rock terror. I would say that 95% of my stories are set in the fictional northwest New Jersey town of Franz Rock. And Hangman's Jam starts out there. The Mudman has some involvement in this town. If you've ever read Jack Ketchum's The Lost, that also takes place in northwest New Jersey, that neck of the woods. So anyway, Franz Rock, that's my town. What happens in The Mudman is there's a bricklayer, amateur sculptor named George who gets into an accident at a job site. He is literally hit with a ton of bricks. And while he's underneath this pile of bricks, he hears voices that are telling him how to mix the ashes of the dead into his sculpting mix to create living statues. So George believes he has told this secret because his wife is terminally ill. His wife has cancer, and he believes that this accident was a miracle because now he can bring his wife back when she passes away. But what happened? And he experiments with the family dog. So, Dave, if you're listening, tell Phoebe that in the Mudman, rather than the dog being killed, the dog is the first victim brought back to life, resurrected. So we turn that horror trope around. So George brings back Miss Polly as a beagle that they had, and they have her ashes on the mantle, and he mixes them into his mud mix and brings her back. And Miss Polly's a little different than she was as a living dog. She doesn't make any sounds except for a very eerie, hellacious howl. But Miss Polly, thanks, Summer. Yeah, so Miss Polly is the first to come back. She's a mud dog. And George is all ready to bring back his wife should she pass away or when she passes away. But his son-in-law unexpectedly passes away, gets murdered by some nefarious people at his law firm. And so George's estranged daughter, Sarah, begs him to please bring my husband back. George never liked David, never liked this son-in-law, but he loves his daughter. And fathers will do anything for their daughters. As a father of a daughter, I'll tell you. So he brings David back, and David wakes up or emerges or is reborn very angry. If you were murdered, you would probably be reborn angry too. So, yeah, he goes on a bit of a rampage, which he, maybe regrets a bit. But regardless, he is, that's the story of the Mudman. And the Mudman was very much maybe an homage or it was very influenced by Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. In the Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, it's an epistolary novel told in letters. And it's framed where you have Walton, who's this guy exploring the Arctic, who then sees Victor Frankenstein, and he gets stories from Victor. And then in the middle of the book is the monster himself who speaks, where he's reading Paradise Lost or whatever. And to me, that was the most interesting part, where you hear from the monster himself. So the Mudman is structured similarly, where it's told not in letters, but in actual documents, transcriptions of interviews, reports, receipts, video transcriptions, scripts from movies. So it's told in evidence, I guess you'd say. But in the middle of the book, you hear from the Mudman. You hear from David in his own voice. And he's kind of an interesting character to me. And he shows up again in The Mud Woman. Again, The Mud Woman's out right now with my my team of editors who are proofing it. And then we're going to give it to Dominic to read, and then we'll get a cover going. So that should be hopefully by March 2021, we'll have The Mud Woman out. And The Mud Woman takes place 200 years after The Mudman in the year 2222. So I guess ostensibly it's science fiction because it takes place in the future. Maggie, who was George's wife, who was terminally ill in The Mudman, has passed away. She was made into a statue, but unlike Polly and David, she doesn't move, doesn't speak. At one point, she cries from tears of blood, but she's not what George intended at all. And that's how she ends in The Mudman. She becomes something else in The Mud Woman. She's kind of a religious icon. People visit the Maggie statue and are healed. They have miraculous experiences there. They're filled with joy, right? So she becomes a religious icon. But then the government feels very threatened by this and confiscates the Maggie statue. And that's when the Mudman is asked to come out of his North Jersey hiding space
and like that. So, let's say people will like this one. It's a pretty weird one. Again, takes place in the future. Again, told in letters.
Again, an epistolary kind of thing. But yeah, I think it's a pretty good book, if I may say so myself. And in the meantime, you should go out and get this thing for $1 or $2, or maybe it's $3. The Mudman. Again, look at this cover. Look how cool that is. It looks like actual mud. Oh, look. Tim Meyer liked it, and so did some guy named Armand Rosamilia. You know they're good. Hey, and let me show you one of this inside cover. So the Mudman takes place and is referenced with a lot of sources, books, interviews, like I said. So one of the books was, what was it called? The Legend of the North Jersey Stone Man. And so Dominic made a pretty cool like page that looks like it was torn from that book. And there's also a really nice back piece in this book that Dominic drew up. Kind of an odd drawing, but I like it. Rock monster. Rock needs women. Bad blood. Mad mud. All right. And look, what he's done here, which is kind of interesting, Dominic, is he references a lot of these bands that are here in this fake kind of poster are actually bands that show up in one of my other books called The Hangman's Jam. So he's kind of cross-referencing for me. Yeah, Franz Rock. A reoccurring question, but what's the most... what got me into publishing? Let me tell you, Matt Wildestein. A love of the genre and a fact that I think I could bring I had some interesting stories that I haven't really seen anywhere else. I know a lot of the publishers today, they talked about cross-genre things, blending of genres, and I love that kind of stuff. But it's always got to have something in it that makes you go, oh, that's horrible, because that's horror. So I think all of our books kind of have that connection to them. And just wanting to kind of give back. I mean, you're no different than me, Matt. I'm sure you've read as a kid tons of books, and they just brought hours of joy to you. So if I could even give a little bit of that back by presenting some interesting new stories, then then I'm a winner. One other book before I get to my own stuff. I have a collection of poetry that a guy, Michael Fritz. He's a good poet. Again, I'm not a huge. No, I can't say that. I do like good verse. You know, everybody likes verse when it's done good, and when it's done bad, it's awful. But this is done pretty good. I think this is a nice. It's a Visions of Clarity poems. I would say a mixture of Charles Bukowski and Mike Lupica. It's got a sports thing and it's got a drinking thing. You know what? I'm going to read you a piece right now. Let's see. This might be appropriate for quarantine times. It's called Alcohol. Bottles. Empty reminders of a hidden sorrow. Cans. Symbols of a personal freedom. Kegs. Oceans of instant numbness. Shots. 30-second muscle relaxers. Alcohol. The answer to all these redundancies of life. There you go. Get some more from Visions of Clarity by Michael Fritz. Again, don't do a lot of poetry, but this one's pretty good. So if it's good, send it my way. I guess that's what, getting back to what Matt asked. So if I want to have an artist collective, I need to get some good artists in here. What I really need is a good writer who's excellent at website design, because our website's a little lame. But you could always contact me through info@Badhound Press or Rob@Badhound Press. And I need a writer who's an excellent writer who's great at book marketing, because that's one of the things that I lack. One of the things that got me into publishing, which is, you know, I read some stuff in around 2009, 2010. I started looking into publishers and traditional route. And I came across the work of Joe Conrath, J.A. Conrath, who totally promotes for self-publishing and really adamantly. And I was like, well, this guy makes a lot of sense. If you're publishing genre stuff and you're really not getting much financial backing from your publisher, then most of the marketing's on you anyway. So why not keep 70% rather than let the publisher keep 70%? So everything he said made total sense. So I kind of went down a self-publishing route, or used him as a guidepost when setting up Giant Dog Books and Bad Hound Press. You know what's interesting? Maybe what's amazing is when I wanted to publish Autism Dad, I had no doubt. I was a newspaper columnist for 30 years, 25 years. I had been writing columns every twice a month for a local newspaper here in Jersey, and I had written a lot of columns about my son's autism. And I wanted to put them all together in a book. I got the columns all together, and then I started writing what I would call like connective tissue, kind of like stories that link to the columns. Like when I was writing this, I was in this place personally, and you know, eventually the connective tissue, there was more content there than there was in the actual columns, but it kind of told the story of our lives at the time. But I never really thought to submit this to a mainstream publisher. And people have asked me after I published it, were like, why didn't you just send these autism essays to a regular publisher? I think, you know, you would have gotten it published. And to me, it was like I didn't need that that affirmation from a New York publishing house because I felt like these columns had already been vetted by my editors at the newspaper. They had already been read by readers. I did a lot of re-editing on them, but it was almost like I felt they were already polished enough to go and pro enough to go, and I didn't need the approval of a, you know, somebody on Fifth Avenue or Manhattan or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I felt like it was polished enough. And so I got a good art director to make me a pretty cool cover. It's me and my son when he was a little guy. My son's 18 now, this guy. You know, so Bad Giant Dog Books kind of just was born because I wanted to publish some of these autism essays. And then from there, again, once I hooked up with Clifton and I wanted to start have a division for fiction, and I wanted to tell some interesting stories and publish my own stuff. Yeah, so I opened it up a little bit, and that's how it became what it became. But let me ask you something else, and I don't know who I'm talking to. I think I want to talk to Mary. Is Mary around? I have a question for her. Because I want to talk a little bit about... Hey, there you are, Mary. Hey, Mary, have you ever been, and you can think about this if you want, you ever go to a concert or a musical event and have something like almost mystical or transformative happen? Like,
yes.
All right.
Yes. Around the time that I was a teenager, I guess, maybe into my early 20s, it was probably the tail end of, I guess, heavy metal's popularity before grunge really kind of hit, you know? I mean, sure. I was in high school, I guess, when grunge started to hit, but I still, I think, clung to like the heavy metal scene more. Yeah. And back then, what kind of music you listened to was a major directive, I think, in almost a lifestyle thing, as opposed to just the music that you listen to. Like metalheads dressed like metalheads, they talked like metalheads, they acted and they hung out with metalheads.
I was right there with you there.
Right. But I can remember going to an Ozzy Osbourne concert and just being sort of swept up with the fact that we all knew this music, we all knew these words probably better than most of us knew things from the Bible, you know, and how this one man on a stage had the power to sing out something and command an immediately loyal response from thousands of people.
Yeah, yeah.
It was almost kind of mesmerizing to be a part of that. Like, you'd almost see, it was probably the closest I've ever come to understanding that sort of religious fervor that happens to people when they're caught up in something like that, where they believe it. They're a part of, they feel a part of something, and they feel, I guess, a part of something bigger, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And this is the reason I mention it, is because I think music kind of has its own mythology to it. When I started writing these Hangman Jams, which has become about a 5-book series now, it's kind of about rock and roll mythology, and I think it's cosmic horror, so it's Lovecraftian themes, but it's also I think the mythology of rock and roll is almost just as interesting and just as has its own weird terrors. You know, the rock has its own gods, has its own language in a way.
Yeah.
Mary, if I was to say to you, we are the Goon Squad and we're coming to town, what would your response be? If
that one might be before me, actually.
All right. How about if I was to say this? I would get the same response if I was to say, toot toot, ah.
No, you still lost me.
All right. How about this? How about I want to rock and roll all night
and party every day.
There you go. So you see, there's a language, you know what I'm saying? There's a language that if you were to hear it, it would make no sense unless you understood the context. So I think rock kind of has that, and it has that transformative experience to it. Like, all right, here's Maya, for instance. So, or my, I had a couple of these transformative things, but one of them was, I think it was Lollapalooza 93 or something. I'm there with my friends, and Rage Against the Machine comes on, and all of a sudden we see this weird like mushroom cloud in front of the stage. We're kind of back in the field a little bit, and I'm like, is something on fire or something? What is something burning? So we kind of work our way through, and we get closer, and it was about 1,000 kids moshing in this dry packed dirt, and it was just sending up like a mushroom cloud above them. It was like, wow, it's like, and something about that was like transformative to me. It was almost like they were able to impact the earth itself, you know, make clouds where there were none through this musical thunder kind of thing. Another time was in the early 90s, probably 90, I went to a Grateful Dead concert. I wasn't a big Grateful Dead fan at the time. It was actually my first Grateful Dead concert. I just kind of went because, you know, there's a party vibe there. And so we're up in the rafters there waiting for the second set. And the Grateful Dead would play 2 sets. So they would play one, take a break, come back for the second set. And it's very jammy music, just long songs that all kind of ran together. But then all of a sudden, there was this buzz, like in the Madison Square Garden, where everybody started getting up and getting agitated and getting like something's happening here. And I didn't know what it was because I wasn't really a fan of the band, but it was this song called Dark Star, which they only play infrequently, but it's a very special moment at any Dead show. If you can go to a Dead show and get a Dark Star, you're very fortunate. And it was my first show and I got a Dark Star, so that was kind of cool. But again, it was this feeling that something's happening in this room, and I don't know what it is, but it's bigger than all of us. So that, again, I didn't want to draw you in here, Mayor, but that's where I feel some of these rock and roll horror mashups that I like to write come from.
Right.
And in Hangman's Jam, I really try to tie it in. Like, for instance, I don't know if you're a Pink Floyd fan, but there was okay. So when they were doing the Wish You Were Here album, it was kind of about Syd Barrett, which was their original singer. And Sid showed up at the studio when they were recording that, but he was overweight, he was bald, he didn't look like himself, and they didn't even recognize him. They were like, who is this? And I think for the band members, it was a very dramatic moment. You know, here's this guy we're celebrating in song, and he's actually right here, and he's already gone. You know what I mean? It's like he was missing. And so I kind of work that. I try to work that kind of mythology into Hangman's Jam, where there's a band member who leaves and comes back, and they don't recognize him anymore. So again, these are the kind of stories of rock and roll that I think, you know, I think they make interesting backbones for stories of terror. Now, let me run you through if I may. So this is the first one, Hangman's Jam. This is told from the perspective of Bobby Marks, who's a bass player in a Jersey bar band, right? And they get their big break because they meet this old blues man called Smoke Johnson. And Smoke Johnson shows them this old tune, which they call Hangman's Jam. It's been around for ages, this song. It's had a million different names over the years. But, you know, Bobby and his band get a hold of it. They make it into a rock anthem, and it becomes very popular. And but it's a long, jammy song. But when they're playing it, it kind of thins the veils between the worlds, and these kind of shadow people show up, which are really the shadow people, it turns out, are like harbingers for the real monsters who are behind the veil. But these crazy, like, shadow people that look more like swarms of wasps than people. But yeah, so they know something's going on with this song. And their record, so they get hooked up with a manager, Howard Phillips. And they're like, are you HP from HP? It's Howard Phillips from Arkham Records. And they're like, well, what's this all about? And they're like, oh, yeah, we love Lovecraft, but it's, you know, don't worry about it. Here, why don't you wear this Cthulhu mask while we're making the video for your song? So they kind of slowly draw the band in, you know. You're a young rock band. You want to do what you can to survive. You know, at one point, Bobby's like, they're going to turn us into Gwar. We're going to look like some kind of strange, you know, circus act or something. And the other guy's like, well, Gwar's cool, so why not? But anyway, so there's a little bit of, like, band identity and trying to figure out, you know, who you are and as a rock band. But I would say if this book, in some ways, is maybe like an adolescent rock fantasy of mine, then the second book, The Dunwich Horrors Die Tonight. Now, The Dunwich Horrors, obviously a Lovecraft reference, but The Dunwich Horrors are the opening act for the for Bobby's band. And they actually play an even bigger role in this coming apocalypse. Basically, this song is, every time they play it, it gets a little stronger, opens the door a little more. And eventually they're going to get it to a point where they can open the sky or separate these dimensions into this, you know, horrible Lovecraft monsters type thing. And eventually, so this is kind of like a parallel novel in a way to this. This tells the story from Bobby Marks' perspective. This is from the opening act, Dunwich Horrors' perspective. The Dunwich Horrors are these two brothers, the Boyle brothers, who are kind of like musical prodigies, and they hook up with this very morbidly obese drummer, Tom Thomas, and they have a very interesting avant-garde band. And, of course, Howard Phillips comes along to be their manager and says, hey, I can get you a good opening slot with the Alan Vent in the Strange Creations, which Alan Vent in the Strange Creations is what Bobby's band becomes. So, yes, the Dunwich Horrors actually play a big role in this opening the interdimensional gateway. And then, you know, Ted Klein's The Ceremonies, of course. Right. You know, classic. I love it. It's a great book. But I was disappointed that he did not pull the trigger at the end. I don't know what my problem is. I wanted to see the world end by Lovecraftian monsters. So that's what happens in this book. They pretty much it comes down. Black pours in. From there, it becomes a giant kaiju story where it's monsters as big as the sky and stomping all over everything. And that's where you're left with the end of the Dunwich Horrors. But I released this book. Can you believe I released this book in March of this year, right when everybody was running out buying? It was March 30th when everybody was running out, you know, buying masks. I dropped this book, which is Kiss the Sky Goodbye. Yeah. Well, apt title maybe, But it yeah, so this kind of ties it all up. It finds the survivors from Dunwich Horrors and Hangman's Jam. And, like COVID, they get the world back, but it's not quite the same as it was beforehand. It's a different place. New normal. Very new normal. Once monsters step all over your world, then you kind of reassess things. But people are much nicer on social media after that. So whatever that was.
That's because there's probably a lot less of them.
Yes, so maybe that's what it is. There's just a lot less. Exactly. I was trying to see if I had. Oh, and you know what? While I'm on this whole Hangman's Jam thing, the villain from Kiss the Sky Goodbye shows up in this book, Sensual Nightmares. This is a collection of, I guess, ostensibly erotic horror, but it's not very erotic. It's more creepy. And there's a story in here called The Porn Maiden's Tale, which was a bit of a homage to The Handmaid's Tale by Margaret Atwood. And in that story, the villain is a porn star who basically ends the world through apathy. She spreads kind of like almost like a sexually transmitted disease. Anyone who sees her perform then never wants to have sex again. So eventually the world slowly dies out through her influence. But then she comes back in Kiss the Sky Goodbye in a more active villain role. So I guess that kind of ties it together. In addition, I also wrote this collection, Songs in the Key of Madness. Now, this is another cool cover that I wish I had gold foil stamping for. It just demands it,
Yeah.
It's cool. It's got the cool faces, scary. Anyway, and it's got I also like this interesting front piece that Dominic did for me. It's like a head with notes just floating out of it. Pretty cool. And this is also all songs. These is all stories about Hangman's Jam. Although I don't think it's ever called Hangman's Jam. It has different names in different times. There's times when the song has been around in, wartime death marches. There's times when it's been around when Rome was burning. There's a time when I think the best, and this might even be my best story. I have a story in here called Malediction and the Funk Machine. Now, Malediction is what the song was called by Charlie Parker when Charlie Parker played Hangman's Jam. I like to mix fiction and fact and whatever. And it was eventually passed on to a guy named James Jamerson. I don't know. Do you know James Jamerson? He was James Jamerson was a Motown bass player, and you've undoubtedly heard his work. Heard it through the grapevine. He's played on all kinds of Marvin Gaye songs. Anyway, he was a Motown bassist and played on like 80% of the Motown hits that you heard. And his main bass was a Fender Precision that he called the Funk Machine. And so he gets the bass. And in real life, the Funk Machine was stolen in the 80s and has never been recovered. So the Funk Machine is out there somewhere. But I have a reason why it's never been found, and it's in Malediction and the Funk Machine. It's because James got a hold of this Hangman's Jam, and his instrument, it just had to be destroyed because there was no way to stop him from playing it. But anyway, it's a weird blend of fact and fiction. And again, like I was saying to you, I think the mythology of horror has its own kind of creepiness to it. Mary, did I actually blabber for 50 minutes straight? Is that true?
I wouldn't say blabber, but yeah.
All right.
These books sound like a lot of fun, and I really want to thank you, Rob, for doing this.
Thanks. No, thank you. It's very cool. It's an honor. Again, I haven't done a book convention since Chiller Theater back in the 90s, so I'm a little out of practice. Again, and I'd say like publishing wise, again, I've kept you too long, but yeah, there's been delays and hitches and starts in my careers. When you have a special needs kid, sometimes you have to stop and refocus. And anyway, long story short, I really think in the last 5 years or so, we've We've put out 13 books of fiction and
That's fantastic.
half a dozen nonfictions, and I think they're as good as anything out there. So
they sound like a lot of fun. They really do.
Come find us. Cool.
Absolutely. Well, thanks again, Rob. We really appreciate
it. No problem, man. Thank you.
Take care. Well, I just want to thank everybody I want to thank all of the publishers who participated today. I really think that it's an exciting time for horror. We're going to have a lot of great stuff that's going to be coming out in the next year or so. I want to thank my staff, especially Matt Wilderson, who's been tirelessly making sure that this flows as seamlessly as possible. I want to thank Katie Souther, Dave Thomas, Richard Gerlach, Pat McDonough for all of their help and all their hard work in putting this together. And I certainly hope that you'll all join us tomorrow. Our schedule for tomorrow, we have Erie River Press, we've got Lamplight, Thunderstorm, Crystal Lake, Bloodbound Books, Perpetual Motion Machine, and Silver Shamrock. And the updated schedule will appear on the website this evening to let you know when Silver Shamrock is going to be rescheduled. And we're really looking forward to seeing what those publishers have for us in store tomorrow. So tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll be right back here. And you can check out day 2 of BuzzBook Expo. And now we're going to leave you with some really cool commercials for Rob Herrera's stuff that's coming out. And thanks again, everybody. And I will see you tomorrow.
Some songs stick in your head. Others consume your soul. Others consume your soul. Others consume your soul. Others consume your soul. Others consume your soul.